Really should try to stick to the evidence, shouldn't I? So we'll go to Whale and Lolatai. Now, mind you, this Clearview thing, this is after I spoke out about Clearview. Clearview did the things that they did to me because the police asked them to. I was not treated like a human being. I was treated like a paycheck. I was treated like an animal that didn't mean nothing. Like I was a Dalmatian breeding to try to make some money. This is Whale and Lolatai Boulder. By the way, the jurisdiction where Demetrius Shankling was killed. I also had to deal with them after Natalie's death. I had to deal with a lot of different departments. And they all kept telling me different things. Oh, we're not allowed to investigate ourselves. You got to call another department. Oh, well, you can't call us. You have to call their superiors. Oh, well, you're not supposed to call us. We're not allowed to investigate ourselves. So you need to call these people. So if these people tell you got to call those people. So you got to call those people and those people and those people. These people are all blowing me down. Like they big bad wolves, and I'm a little straw house. Well, I'm told that I can't be a victim because of the color of my skin. Told that I must be guilty because of the way that I look. Treated like I must be the bad guy and everything must be about sex because I was born with a penis. All this stuff that you're not allowed to discriminate against someone for hiring practices. You can discriminate against the homeless people for all that. You can discriminate against any disabled person that you want, provided no one's going to fight for their rights. The best way to find those people is go out on the streets. That's what happens when you're disabled and nobody gives a fuck. When you need help, because your abilities prevent you from doing those things for yourself. But you don't get that help. You get victimized instead. Told you wanted this, needed it, chose it, or deserved it, or it didn't happen. Elizabeth Athno typed, and when they came for me, there was no one left to speak. That's right, that's Martin Niemöller. She also typed, unfortunately, people who have authority that are unchecked tend to get very intoxicated on abuse. That's right, they do. Natalie Marie Bollinger was able to convince me to go to Virginia by threatening to kill herself if I wasn't already on the road, and then slamming her fucking car into a telephone pole. A lot of the people who did me wrong, they tell me about how they ended up getting theirs. Big difference between their situations and mine. They were guilty. But the charges were dropped for them, especially the women. Dropped. The easiest way to get away with a crime is to have a vagina, and I do mean that. If you're a man, you don't have to commit a crime. Your guilt is automatically assumed. With Rand Ingersoll, if those police actually gave a shit, they could honestly go pick her up today. And by the way, the sentence for what she did in the state of Wyoming, not with those kids, but with me. It's got a pretty lengthy maximum sentence because it's not just against the law, it's also compounded because I am disabled. The Americans with Disabilities Act should have applied to me from the very start to allow me to have a voice. That's the thing, is that you can do anything you want to the disabled as long as they don't have anyone who cares. If they don't care enough to speak up, they don't understand how it works. I never should have had to break the law to try to get the police to do their jobs. What Natalie Marie Bollinger and her family and friends have done to me, there's no consequences for them. Natalie's death, that wasn't a consequence for them. That was a free fucking meal ticket. That was free fucking sympathy for a bunch of junkies who spent their life abusing her. Natalie Bollinger was my best friend because we had a lot in common. And what was the lie that she told? That I stalked her. Meanwhile, I posted up the proof that that's not the case. But you don't want to see that, do you? It doesn't fit your hate. It doesn't fit your bias. I need help in person. I don't want it. I need it. There's a big fucking difference. You really think I wanted to make thousands of phone calls? Thousands of phone calls. This is how you are treated when you are deemed mentally ill. At this point, I've made enough phone calls to enough places that at some point in the last 4 goddamn years, someone should have stopped and taken the time to fucking investigate. Having to go to the Chapel Police Department, you're asking me to go to my predators for help. People who neglected an abused, disabled person. These officers did not do their jobs. And they didn't have to. They know all they got to do is call me mentally ill. Oh man, it's fucking Schwartz again. God, I wish that guy just leave us alone. Well, then do your fucking job. You are paid to do your fucking job, not to abuse the disabled. Elizabeth Athenow type not, you were her best friend. She was not a friend at all. She was my friend. She rescued me. She rescued me from the Boulder Police Department and their brutality towards the homeless. That situation was Aid Atkinson. I dealt with worse than that every single day for about 6 months. Y'all don't even know. And then you see the homeless out there, and you see the police out there surrounding them, and you go, oh, that homeless person must have done something wrong. Automatically in your head, you assume that homeless person did something wrong. I got a lot of dead friends because of that. Amy, after that whole situation there in Wyoming with her kids, where she accused me of Well, doing things that I didn't do. She has since apologized for that, sort of. One night I thought her boyfriend was trying to beat her to death because she was screaming for help. I went over there and I helped her. Despite what she had done, I still went and helped her. With Desiree, when she stole all that stuff out of my apartment, I had rescued her from a trap house, and she thanked me by stealing my things. And you know what? I still went back and rescued her again. People are more important than things. Natalie Bollinger's life was worth so much more. Selena Not Afraid's life too. And her little sister, Zoe. A lot of us are dealing with a lot of rotten shit. When Alicia disappeared 3 different times since her twin sister died, I got the word out. Bobby asked me to get the word out, and that's what I did. Find her, get her safe. Despite the things that she did to me. With Amy and Andrew Witcher, when Amy needed help with the kids because she kicked Andrew out, and she didn't have anyone else to turn to. I was in Washington State. She was in Sydney, Nebraska. That's not a small drive. That's not a short drive. But, after what they did to me when she asked for my help, you're goddamn right. I got all the way to, well, almost all the way there before she called me and let me know that, holy fuck, that's a fucked up situation too, isn't it? Rihanna, she admitted that I didn't commit the crimes that I pled guilty to in Wyoming. I had to plead guilty. I didn't have the money to go back. The only reason I was even able to go to court to begin with was because Brandon Ratner spent his hard-earned money to make sure I got there. And why was it so important to get there? This computer was in their evidence locker. I'm sorry, I'm trying to get it to, oh, that's pretty cool. It's like an infinity mirror. A lot of women are taught that they can manipulate people and get away with it. It's all right because you're a female. It's not all right. It's not all right to destroy another human being's life like that. I need someone to speak up for me. I'm not allowed to because I was called mentally ill. So they pretend that I'm too crazy to know what the fuck is going on. Use that as their excuse not to look at any evidence. They use my disabilities as an excuse to ignore my intelligence And then they use my intelligence as an excuse to ignore my disabilities and my rights under the Americans with Disabilities Act. But nobody cares. Nobody is fighting for me the way they fought for Zaid Atkinson, who, by the way, is a racist. Yes, black people can be racists. If you want to pretend that you were victimized for the color of your skin, yeah, you're racist. If you were actually victimized for the color of your skin, I can understand that. If the police assaulted you and are calling you the N-word while they're beating you in the head with their clubs, yeah, that's a race issue and a police brutality issue. However, most of the time that's not the case. Most of the black people killed by police last year were homeless, were disabled. Most of the white people killed by police last year were homeless, were disabled. There's only one community in the entire United States where you don't find that statistic, and that's with Native Americans. Americans are shot for fucking fun. Native Americans are seriously killed by police for fun. Selena Not Afraid. Her sister Zoe was 11 when she committed suicide in Hardin, Montana. Her brother Preston was shot to death by police. Her sister was run over at the airport a year before Selena was killed. Selena Not Afraid was not killed on accident. She was murdered by exposure. Imagine being the family to lose 4 kids that way. The disabled and the homeless cannot defend themselves. They're not allowed. Your bias will not allow it. And as long as your bias is what it is, people can continue to victimize the homeless and the disabled and do it for profit. Those numbers we went over at the beginning of the video. Let's take a look at just one of those places. How much does Arapahoe County Jail in Colorado charge per inmate per day? Let's see if it'll come up with an answer. Inmate charges and bonds. Inmate visitation. This is not the stuff I'm looking for. It costs $8.99 for people to visit remotely for 30 minutes with an inmate. You know, Alyssa Rainwater spent $8.99 to come talk to me in the Arapahoe County Jail when nobody else cared. when nobody else kept their fucking word. Please help me to have a voice so I can stop this victimization, or kill me to stop this victimization. I just want my pain to end. When my older brother didn't give a shit about me through any of this, and he showed it. Showed that his drugs were more important than me. And he didn't give a fuck what anybody did to me. He put a bullet in my head right there. My little sister did that too. She put a bullet in me right there. But Mandy Hughes didn't come forward like she promised that she would. And Miss Peaches and Miss Mandy didn't actually go in with me like they said that they would with the police. Getting stabbed in the back by Candace Bondurant because she was intimidated by police. Having to go to people who I got rid of, I got them out of my life for a reason. There is a reason that Lana Engeline and Jerry Sparks and Amanda Engeline and that whole lot there's a reason that they were out of my life for over a whole year before Natalie was killed. It's because of things that they had done. And they did them again. Those who do not know their history are doomed to repeat it. At no point in time was I ever allowed to speak up on my own behalf. At no point in time was I ever allowed to show evidence. At no point in time has any investigator done a goddamn thing. Fuck the police. I spent my whole life speaking up for others and myself for a reason. I'm not going to ignore the other victims. I never have. I'm not going to pretend that they don't exist. I'm not going to pretend that these things don't happen to Black people or Native Americans. I'm not going to pretend they're not happening to the homeless. If I'm going to stick up for these people's rights, like I stuck up for Natalie's rights, and many others, I'm not entitled to those rights that y'all upper middle class folk have. You notice I didn't say upper middle class white folks. It's because it doesn't matter what fucking color your skin is. It's the content of your goddamn character that counts. Please kill me. All right. There's a guy named Rob Gavigan. I'm not even 4 minutes into his video, and the video is 22 minutes and 33 seconds long. It says seriously strange number 114. It was posted today, and it's already had 44,481 views, 45,000 likes. So I was noticing in the first 4 minutes, right here it says I'm 3 minutes and 28 seconds into it. Now, they got my name wrong, of course. My name is spelled Shawn, and I've been told often that that's the girl's spelling. Um, I've met a few girls named Sean. I've also met a few boys named Sean that spell it that way, so it don't matter. Um, but just in this amount of time, I mean, it started off already. They're trying to paint this picture of me as this big, bad boogeyman, this terrible monster who is doing horrible things because he is obsessed and so on and so forth. And that's not even close to the case. Now, those of you who got to get forwarded that message from Natalie to myself, you understand what kind of a man her dad is. Those of you who got to see the messages between myself and Rose and between myself and Natalie, you get to see that things are not as she was presenting it to everyone else. Now, then there's the fact that, all right, after these guys screwed up, the police, they knew that they'd screwed up. Here in Chapel, Nebraska, I'm still dealing with the consequences of what the police did about the situation, both before and after Natalie was killed, including the stuff that Natalie's twin sister, Alicia, and her father, Ted, the friggin' child molester, were doing at my grandma's funeral. Now, I have terrible birthdays. My birthday present last year was for Alicia to be in a vehicle with her dad, Ted, on a high-speed chase through 2 different states. Bobby Forrest got a hold of me on the 19th as I was pulling into South Dakota. I was still on a bus. Matter of fact, all my stuff is up at my house. I'm currently in my horse trailer. Trying to make the world a better place. It makes me feel better. That's what all of this is for. I got aluminum foil and stuff all over so that I can use a minimal amount of light and keep it lit up. It's better than nothing, you know. I mean, this is something that I can help to save lives. And that's actually how I got to meet Natalie and Alicia, and of course, Maddie Boa. I've already shown conversations between myself and Natalie, and myself and Alicia, myself and Johanna Taylor Smith. My conversations with a lot of people. A lot of the stuff that was on Facebook, for example, I was able to show that and save it and so on and so forth. And although I've had nothing but problems with people stealing my stuff ever since Natalie died, that all comes from the fact that I was made homeless by Natalie's death. I was made a victim by Natalie's death. I'd already been made a victim by Natalie not telling the truth. Now in this, they're trying to say that I was stalking Natalie, so on and so forth, and I was moving to go be closer to her and so on and so forth. That is complete fucking bullshit. Now, the whole situation is, I was supposed to go see Natalie. I really was. And I was too late getting there. And it pissed a lot of people off. Well, it didn't piss them off. It made them sad. Maddie Bow was sad that she wasn't going to get to go. Natalie was sad that I wasn't there already. She threatened to kill herself if I wasn't already on the road. And I had the money to go. I did, you know. I didn't lie to her intentionally. It was the fact that, you know, the amount of money that I had at that point in time, if I'd have gone to Virginia, like I had promised her I would do, she wasn't going to get on the airplane to go to Virginia unless I promised to visit her when she was there. So I want you to understand that. We were friends. And people took all of this stuff completely out of context, like the picture that I drew of her for her mother. They were like, oh, well, he drew this afterwards because he's stalking her. No, I drew that as a gift to her mother as a thank you.
Alicia was trying to find me housing. She wanted me to live in Virginia. She wanted me to be close to them. It was her idea for me to stay behind where she worked. Alicia is Natalie's twin sister. Um, but there's all this different stuff that if you don't look at the time frame and the context, you're just gonna get it all wrong. Like people claiming that I was stalking her. No, I wasn't. I was trying to get the fucking harassment and stalking and threats and fucking all of that to stop. Like, she was pretending that I would do these things to her. People were actually doing these things to me. And she can go ask people for help. If I ask people for help, she says, "Oh, he's stalking my friends." No, I'm trying to get their help. I'm being accused of shit that I didn't do because you don't want to understand that if you lie about something simple just because you don't want to get in trouble, that can seriously destroy somebody's life. It can destroy all of their friendships. It can destroy all of their relationships. It can destroy their income. It can destroy their housing. It can destroy their ability to defend themselves. When we went to Virginia Beach, that was Natalie and Alicia's idea. Where the hell did I put my ashtray? There it is. They don't say that, do they? They don't say that after leaving Virginia, I thought that she was still in Virginia that whole time. But see, I knew her from Boulder, Colorado. Like, I didn't even bother to find out their names until they were 18 years old. They were down there selling drugs for their dad, hanging out with it. If I had a kid, fuck no, my kids would not be down there. But then again, Rose wasn't going to be there. She's not going to be there to protect her daughters. Ted isn't going to be there to protect his daughters. I mean, Ted was fucking his own daughters for shit's sake. And I'm just the unfortunate bastard who hadn't known about it. But then again, when I was being harmed for crimes that I didn't commit, crimes that Tim Beeson committed and Ted Bollinger committed and Natalie and Alicia committed, things that they had asked me to do that I did because they asked me to, they tried to twist around and pretend like I was some sort of a terrible person. Now, in this one, I'm 3 minutes and 28 seconds in, and they go to this picture that was taken. All right, I'm going to give you the story behind this picture. I got an eye patch on. My hair's all up like this, and I got my eyes real big. That was taken by my friend Janine Barrett. She died last year. Her son was a complete jackass about it. Of course, he's been a jackass for a while now, ever since I hurt my back. It was his girlfriend, JoJo, who I was going to for help before Natalie was killed. I needed help stopping the harassment, but nobody would listen to me because of the tag mentally ill. Everybody thought that they knew better than me. And I'm like, hey, look at what I'm dealing with, people. So you just need to let it go. I did let it go. I drove 1,700 miles away from Virginia. That whole time, under the assumption that Natalie was still in Virginia. The fact that she had moved to Colorado, I didn't even know that. I just wanted to be able to go to Boulder and see my loved ones without being abused, without being assaulted, without having to worry about the way that police treat the homeless, about how someone can assault me and call me mentally ill and magically it's okay. It is okay. He's mentally ill, so it's his fault. We're not even going to listen to what he has to say because he's mentally ill. We're not going to take a look at any of the evidence that he's trying to show us because he's mentally ill. We're going to let these people bully and harass and pick on this man until he is fucking suicidal and begging you to fucking kill him. Begging you to tell the truth. Telling you what people are doing. That word stalker. I was the one being stalked. Was I harassing people? Yes. You goddamn right I was. I was harassing the cops to do something about it. I was harassing my therapist to do something about it. I was harassing my caseworkers, supposed caseworkers, to do something about it. Meanwhile, all these people get to see their loved ones. and my loved ones. There's a lot of people who say, hey, Sean, I don't want to get involved. I'm your friend and their friend. But then again, you're still friends with them. You still get to see them. You look at the history of all of these people, all of Natalie's family, all of the drugs that they've done. Are these people autistic, or do they have brain damage from all of the drugs that they've done? Do their children have brain damage from all the drugs that they've done? Most of the children that I know, many of the adults that I know that are my age or younger, they are the product of drugs and alcohol. This is stuff that I grew up with firsthand. I grew up in the system having to deal with this stuff. Now, this picture here that Janine took, she had this eye patch and she wanted to see me with it on. She said, I want you to try to be as scary looking as you can. I got this little app I want to test out. So I did my hair up like that and I put on the eye patch and I made the looking face. And she took the picture and she put it up and wanted to see how high my IQ was based on my picture. That was Janine, A lot of my key witnesses are dead, though. Rory Jepson, he was one of my key witnesses, too. Some of his family think he was murdered. They don't want me to say nothing. You can't tell me that a friend of mine might have been murdered and I can't say nothing. Don't even fucking say that to me. If there's a possibility that Rory was murdered, they needed to fucking do something about it. But just like with Natalie, he was cremated. That was the worst thing to find out when Natalie was killed, was that, first of all, I was for certain that Ted had done it because I exposed him for molesting Natalie with her email. Finding out that she had been cremated, that was terrible. The repercussions for me in every single court date, no matter what, I get the mentally ill treatment. I'm not a human being to your society, and I never will be. I'm sorry, that made me shudder. A lot of the stuff that I've been dealing with, it's not because any of these people are terrible people. It's because they didn't understand and they didn't take the time to understand. And I was trying to get them to understand, to try to show them what was going on. Oh no, we're not going to look at that. That never happened if we never take a look. If Sean was forced into constantly moving for 2 years, never being able to utilize his resources, this disabled person who is obviously disabled, you take away his housing, you take away his income, and then you do whatever the hell you want to him. And you just call him mentally ill and it's okay. You destroy all of that person's friendships and relationships and it's okay. There's a lot of people, and I've got all of this evidence on this computer. Miss Peaches has a lot of evidence too. So does Molly Smith over in Sydney. They've all got evidence that I've collected, and a lot of my evidence was stolen. A lot of people, after they screwed up big, they would start playing victim. I'm like, fuck you. If you want to play victim, just fucking block me. Don't play victim. Just go away. As long as I have the text messages between us, I got enough evidence. Now that's where getting stuff stolen all the damn time. When you're constantly moving, you know how stressful it is to move, right? Now imagine you have to move in with complete strangers, and a lot of them have addictions of their own. I mean, when I was staying with Sally Treon in Pueblo, the lady that was staying on the couch was a meth addict. She killed her son years the day after Natalie was killed. That was the same house where Sally Treon's daughter was dragged through the house by her foot and kicked in the face by a meth head. I got a hold of Miss Jerry to let her know. Now, having those 3 phones stolen from me, that really put a big damper on it. And the only positive that I have for that is that at least I posted up as much as I could until I ran out of room. When I ran out of room on these telephones, and I do mean it, all of these telephones, the ones that were stolen in Washington State too, they were full of evidence. There was no way that I could put any more on there. There was no way in Hades. Let me scroll this up to the part. There's a bunch of people messaging me. So I'll try to cover up their names, but all right, one moment, I gotta answer this. Hey Chris, I'm currently live on YouTube. I'm gonna step out for a minute though. All right.
Hey, what now?
I said I'm currently live on YouTube, but I'm gonna step outside the trailer for a minute to talk to you if that's all right.
Okay, well, I can just pick you up. I'm headed back to the house now.
All right. Well, I'll see you when you get here.
Okay.
All right. Bye.
Bye.
I'm in the process of doing all of the things that I've been prevented from doing since Natalie died. The things that I was prevented from doing because I was made homeless. The things that I was prevented from doing because all of my resources were spent moving from place to place. Paying to go to court dates in places where I was unsafe. Paying for fingerprinting and paying to have other people help carry my stuff because my back is screwed up. Paying for a bunch of other stuff. Meanwhile, a lot of people think I got free money from GoFundMe's. But no, I didn't get a bunch of free money from GoFundMe. I was trying to get a GoFundMe set up before Natalie died. I was trying to get a lawyer. There was a guy named Jeff Ritter and a woman named Tara Heller, and they were my liaisons through the Colorado Coalition of the Homeless. And they were supposed to be helping me get a lawyer. And between Ken and Leah, who stole all my stuff and my money, and the stuff that was going on with Natalie, the stuff with Natalie was what was really destroying my life. Not just Natalie, but also how the police had treated me. Now you guys have gotten to see, who have followed my YouTube here, that I've made hundreds of calls to the police. This jurisdiction thing is a really big thing. I mean, police across the board have used jurisdiction, transplanting me from here to somewhere where I know nobody. The worst possible thing you can do to an autistic person, and they're doing exactly that, is help. Stegman's here. I gotta go. Y'all be safe. I'll probably be back on later. I did a lot of stuff that's against the law. I tried to do everything legally and the right way first. And I have so much evidence of this on this very YouTube. One thing that I've learned in the last 4 years is that we all deserve to die. When it turned out that I'm literally the only decent person that I know, that really put a damper on things. Cowardice is the name of the game. See, Brenda Dickinson's sin is pride. Are any of these people going to admit their sins? Is Rod right? Is Polly Olson? How about Brenda Dickinson? About Tabitha Michelle Cook? Or her boyfriend Graham? What about Alicia Bollinger? Or Ted Bollinger? What about Laura Nelson or David Nelson? Are these good people? No. What about Danica Garner? Or Rochelle Shelley Campbell? No. These people all use a God that they obviously don't believe in as an excuse for their wrongdoings. Are they going to repent? No. No, they're not. They don't know the meaning of the word. But you think you go destroying another human being's life for entertainment and God's going to just forgive you? See, this is why I certainly, for surely, don't believe in any of their gods. It's okay for you to pass judgment, but it is wrong for me. You keep changing the rules. Is that just a Christian trait? Actually, there's no such thing as a Christian. There's no such thing. You will not find a single human being on the planet who is an actual Christian. Mortifying, isn't it? On the bright side, I collected the stories that I needed to. I need to put it all together into a timeline. And there's a lot of those stories that afterwards, I guess we'll skip that part, right? We'll skip that till the end of the video. We'll talk about William Barr. Lots of people pretend to believe in God. It's their excuse for the harm they do to others. It's their excuse to judge others and to whine when they are judged back. I judge you back and you don't like it. Ouch. I told y'all I'm not going to keep your secrets. See, that was the point before Natalie died. I literally told all of my worst sins on Facebook in preparation for this. I knew it was coming. It's not like I got ESP, that I understand human nature. David Nelson only believes in God when it suits him. And he picks and pulls and hides pieces of the Bible based on whatever is the most convenient to him. Chris Canule typed, "Hey, hope you're doing well. God bless. I'm not doing well." And I don't need your God's blessing. A lot of people say, maybe when you were passing out that blanket or those blankets on Pearl Street, maybe that was you. Maybe that was God speaking through you. Maybe it was God who compelled you. No, not even close. It was my loved ones freezing to death. And Officer Steinman making fun of the bumsicles. You notice how each of these people wanted to wanted to play like they believed in the Jesus. They wanted to judge, but didn't want to be judged in return. We're all brothers and sisters here, all of us. I collected the last of the stories that I needed. Imagine that. I'm sure there are lots of stories that I told that I'm not able to get that evidence anymore because of the police. But I can prove now the things that I said while I was out are true. When my paycheck comes in, I'm gonna upgrade my Google Drive thingy to 1 terabyte. That's not enough to hold all of it by a long shot, but it's something. Chris Canoe typed, I'm a Taoist, just saying it as a formality, basically. I don't know your story at all, just bits and pieces, but you have my full support. I hope you're as okay as you can be in these trying times. No, I'm not. Pride is the downfall of humanity. I realized why it is that I have never been embarrassed my entire life. I have no pride. None. I used to say that I took pride in this and took pride in that, but in reality, I have no pride. I have my moral compass. And my moral compass at this point says we all deserve to die. These folks who decided to stab me in the back, most of them have kids. If I wanted to pretend like I was schizophrenic and the angel of death, I could kill a lot of people. Not only that, but according to God's laws, I'm allowed. You guys can go looking through the book. Who do you serve? Do you serve the government or do you serve your God? If you believe in the God of the Bible, you can't do both. Peter Ian Staker typed hello. Hello, Peter. Are you from Scotland? I meant that towards you, Peter. I found out earlier that Peter is from the UK. I just want to know if he's Caledonian. Ah, Anglolander. That's right. Are you from Londonum? BG Gandam type hi, Sean. Well, hello, y'all. London was named by the Romans. It's just changed over the years. East Midlands of England. Is that right? My Scottish accent sucks as much as my Irish one, but I try. Top of the morning to you, and the rest of the day to you. Usually I read the comments on the sides, but this is pretty important message here. According to all of these supposed Christians, according to all of them, they have the right to do these things. It's okay according to their book. No, it's not. I've read the whole thing front to back, an average of once a year for my entire life. And that's considering the first 6 years of my life, first 5 years of my life, I didn't read it. I read the Bible the first time I was 6 years old. Peter Ian Staker typed, Sean David never said it would make it great again. I hope you found that comment as entertaining as I did, Peter Ian Staker. He commented on another video earlier. However, this video is on why we all deserve to die. All of us. Brenda Dickinson, she showed me what's truly in her heart, where her beliefs truly lie. And it's in selfishness and wickedness. See, according to the book she pretends to believe in, she's not supposed to lie to her husband, but she does. She's not supposed to keep secrets from her husband, but she does. I can always tell when people are going to turn into absolute cowards, or already are. They turn to religion. You are too much of a coward to do it yourself, so you pretend that your imaginary friend is going to fix it. You are too much of a coward to tell the truth in my situation, but since then, I recorded all of you. All of you. Every one of you. And even more who were added on later. See, before their excuse for many of those added to the Christian list later, many of them were just straight up drug addicts. And that's why they didn't speak up. And now they want to alleviate the pain that they feel inside by hiding behind God. You can't hide behind God. Are you kidding me? If somebody goes to punch you in the face and you go to hide behind God, you're still going to get punched in the face, dude. If I were to go and kill all of these fake Christians, most of America would be full of orphans. Why is that? Because, first of all, according to God's law, I'm allowed to kill them. I am allowed to kill them. I'm just not allowed to do it to the children. Their parents are, though. But then again, those parents have to be righteous, and they're not. If you are not righteous, you don't get to pass judgment in that way. And that's where all of this comes tumbling down. None of us are righteous. A lot of these people want to tell themselves that they're good people while they turn a blind eye to the sins of others. Is Elijah McClain dead because I never spoke up about those officers or these protocols? No, he's dead because people like Kinga Nichols are cowards. But it's not just Kinga Nichols. Kinga isn't a Christian. The rest of these people claim to be. But they are truly wicked. Rod Wright, a preacher in this very town, has showed how truly wicked he is. I pass judgment back. If he needs somebody to go in so that he can safely make a police report, I will return the favor. He also passed judgment on me. Not just judging me, but passing judgment on me. It's a big difference. When people came to me for blankets, I didn't say, oh, you are worthy because you said in the name of God. I didn't turn anyone away. No one. If I had a blanket, I didn't tell people, no, you can't have a blanket. I didn't say, oh, well, somebody told me that blah, 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 blah. You left a blanket and the sprinklers got it and it froze and you just threw it away. Oh, even if people did tell me that, I still gave those people blankets. Your sin is pride. You should have kept your pride tied. That's why you were shamed. And of course you're hiding. You feel that shame. See, that's the thing about the Bible. It's a great book. It is a great book. Because of your shame, you cover yourselves. Whether it's with the leaves of the fig or false beliefs. You don't actually believe that bullshit. You don't. Because the moment it touches your pride, they go out the window. The moment the words of that book touch your judgment, well, it shows that you have a different set of rules for yourself than you have for others. These people are manipulators, though. All of them. We all are. When I had those blankets and someone came up to me, fresh off the bus from Florida in flip-flops, shorts, and a t-shirt, trying to freeze to death because the Boulder bus station just closed, I didn't need an explanation to do the right thing. I didn't need an explanation to give them a blanket. I didn't pass judgment on them. Yes, I judged them. If you're going to get off
of the bus in Boulder, Colorado in the middle of winter in shorts, flip-flops, and a t-shirt, you're an idiot. That is my personal judgment. But do I pass judgment on you? No. You still get a blanket. If Jesus was out there freezing to death, he'd get a blanket. If Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. was out there freezing to death, I'd give him a blanket. Then again, if Adolf Hitler or Satan himself were out there freezing, they would have gotten a blanket too. I'm just not willing to let you freeze to death. Fuck what you heard. Look at both sides. Judge not, lest ye be judged. I'm fine with going to prison for the rest of my life. I'm not fine with killing people. But through all of this, between the situation with Dennis and Brenda Dickinson, breaking their covenant with God, that's what it's called, a covenant. What is that word most commonly associated with today? Witchcraft. That's right. It's associated with witchcraft. Each of these people are going to die. Many of them are dying slow, painful deaths right now as we speak. But their pride is hurt. Their pride. Nothing more. Before Natalie died, I professed all of my worst sins on Facebook. Did you know that? That was in December. I knew something big was going to happen. Now, if you notice, I haven't killed any of my predators. I have had ample opportunity. I have had plenty of time. And yet I allow these monsters to live. What happens if I kill them? They lose their chance to repent. That's something y'all keep missing out on. Sure, I don't believe in your God, but I don't rule out the possibility. And there are things in that book that I like very much. I like the lessons. I like the morals of each and every story. But you miss the moral of the story by trying to, well, manufacture a moral based on little portions of the script. You know why those numbers are in the Bible? Chapter this and verse that. Because it was assembled out of so many languages by so many scholars. You got to find some way to catalog it and organize it so you can put it back together. If part of the book of Luke is in ancient Frisian and part of it is in ancient Greek and part of it is in ancient Egypt, or Egyptian, my apologies, and you don't know which is which, and you've got hundreds of scholars, and they're expected to put the Bible back together in order from bits, pieces, and fragments, you got to catalog it. You have to have some way of reassembling it from all of these different languages. Different religious groups, when they came together for the first College of Cardinals, the very first one, what was their order of business? To vote on what goes in the Bible. And those who believed that the book of Judas should be in the Bible were executed. These were the first Christian martyrs. I've read the book of Judas. It's the one book that ties everything together and makes it actually make sense, but it's not in there. There's a lot of books that aren't in there. There was one man here in town, his name was Jeff, very religious. And me, not so much. We were having an argument about the Dead Sea Scrolls. I said, the Dead Sea Scrolls were found all over the place. And he said, no, Sean. They were only found around the Dead Sea. Do you know how they were found? I said, yes, I do. But he told me the story. And he said, those are the Dead Sea Scrolls. Those aren't the only ones. They still find parts of those scrolls to this day, all over the place. Now, me and Jeff, we argued for a couple of minutes. I was done arguing, so I allowed him to go around and have his own belief system. Well, surprise, surprise, Jeff actually looked it up. Said, Sean, or Schwartzy as they call me here, he said, Schwartzy, you were right. I know. You didn't have to tell me. The only person that I know who is not too cowardly to admit all their sins, I'm the only one. Now, these terrible monsters may, for the rest of their lives, do terrible things to other people, up to and including murder them. I'm not a righteous man. Not anymore, anyway. I know I'm going to die. I don't fear death. Why is it wrong to kill somebody else, even if they're a murderer? Well, murder is one of those sins that you cannot make amends for. See, William Barr, he was in the military, and he killed people. And he is ashamed of what he has done, and he admitted that to me. But, Will, you don't need to tell me. You need to tell the families of those that you killed. That's repenting, Will. That's what hurts me so much about Natalie Bollinger, is that she died not understanding what repenting is. Repenting is making amends in life. Repenting means that if you lied about your cousin, and your cousin was beaten so that he's in a wheelchair for the rest of his life. If you want to repent, first you got to admit to your cousin that you were wrong. You need to admit to the people who beat him down that you were wrong. You need to own and fess up to your wrongdoings and try to make amends. Without that, it is not repenting. Taking care of your cousin for the rest of his life, that might be the right thing to do. When you lie about someone and great harm comes to them, but your pride makes it so that you are too afraid to come forward because you are too afraid of the judgment. I'll take the judgment. I have been taking the judgment. I'm not talking from the courts. I'm talking from supposed Christians like Laura Nelson, David Nelson, Pastor Rod Wright, Tabitha Michelle Cook, and of course Graham. It's easy to see that we all deserve death because of the cruelty that we inflict on others. How was I different from any of the rest of these idiots? I always tried to look at both sides unless there was no time. Now, when I say I always tried, that doesn't mean that I always did. There were times that I wanted to believe Jamie because she smiled so big. And she has such a pretty smile. And that can pass a lie more than anything else. We can save lives. But we got to stop being petty. In many of these situations, people harmed me for the things that others did. Treated me in a shitty fashion for the actions of others. Like Mariah Johnson. And Kelly Henson. But you know what? I'm here for a big fight. A very big one. And to fight it without killing people is so difficult. It is difficult to fight the Nazis in their own arena. On the bright side, I'm not willing to kill people. And why? Because then they never get a chance to repent. There's a possibility that in the future, it might click in their heads what they've done. And they might actually make amends. They might actually repent. But how can they repent if I take away their ability to do so? Sorry, folks. But your excuses for violence are crap. I'm pretty tired, so I'm going to try to go to sleep. Y'all enjoy your evening. And put yourself in the other man's shoes, please.
All right. We got good news. One of the we'll type it in here. All right. The first video link there is the video I made right before I made this one. It's the guy trying to bully me. Imagine that. I'm tired of it. He does that to everybody. For me, I don't do this to everybody. How much of that do you expect me to take before I eventually lash out myself and say enough is enough? But how dare I, because I'm in a subservient environment, right? I shouldn't be allowed to speak up because I'm in somebody else's place. I should shut up and take any and all abuse, and anything that anybody wants to call help, I should consider help whether it's helpful or not. Did I get that all right? It don't make no sense. The second video link there is Raymond Rao. Stole meth from the evidence locker. 13 days. Oh, there it is. Now here's the thing. You guys want to ask these questions. The question here is, if I speak up just once, what happens? Today I spoke up just once. You see what happens. Why does this lead to me screaming? Does this lead to me screaming? Because I'm screaming for help. Frankie typed, are you leaving to a safer place? I don't have a safer place to go. That's what you're not getting. About 3 months before Natalie was killed. 2 months, actually, I guess. I moved at a low income in Chapel, Nebraska. I moved out of the low income in Chapel, Nebraska because Nicole Peralta and the Dole County Sheriff's Department wouldn't do anything about the bullying. So, a few months later, when Natalie ended up getting killed, and I was forced to go to those same officers about people who were literally threatening to kill me in town, people like Leslie Snell's husband, Clint Snell, and his brother, Carl Snell, and their friend, Chris Carr. Warlock SP type, not all issues are like that guy, just for correction, I'm assuming, or for clarification, I'm assuming is what you have to see stands for. Of course, if I'd have typed it, it'd stand for Jesus fucking Christ. But yeah, most of them are. Varying degrees, but they're oxygen deprived, and oxygen deprivation makes you selfish. It shuts down your ability to listen and your ability to process what's going on around you. Frankie typed, are those Venezuelan people safe there? And that Stormy girl. Stormy doesn't live here. No, I don't think those Venezuelan people are safe here. I'm certainly not safe here. I've caught all 3 of the boys stealing from me. All 3 of them. So, I mean, what am I supposed to do? There's only one Venezuelan over there that hasn't stolen anything so far as I'm aware, and it's the girl. Let's see. Warlock SB typed, I can't count how many times he threw the F-bomb. Me neither. I could, but I'd have to go back and listen, and I don't want to. Warlock SB typed, Frankie typed, what's he just staring like that? You're buffering and the screen is going too fast. What did that say? I came into the man breaking stuff and cussing. Yeah, that's pretty much how it started. Frankie typed, where are you going to go? Can you go back to your car? Warlock SP typed, just ask. My car doesn't run, and I need to find a place to move it. I also need help moving all of my stuff in here to somewhere that's reasonably safe. That's obviously not here. I don't have a safe place to go. I haven't since I left low income assisted living in Chapel, Nebraska. In Colorado were telling me that they could help me, but I had to jump through a bunch of hoops just like I'd jumped through in Nebraska. Go to these appointments, go to those appointments, call these people, call those people. You guys get to hear me screaming and shouting like that, and then you judge me for it.
You judge me for having a mental breakdown, from having to take so much abuse, and finally speaking up about it, and how dare I? Frankie typed, "Do you still have your storage to put it there so it's safe?" It's not safe in storage. Alright, on the 15th, my public pretender is trying to pull the mentally ill thing. Like I've been telling y'all, if you don't fucking help me turn it in, they all are predatory towards us. Alright? The number one thing that you can do to guarantee that an innocent person gets fucking railroaded is make them do this shit alone. Right? No fucking brainer. I'm not allowed to have a mental breakdown. Because I don't drink, apparently. See, that's everybody's excuse for these other folks being like this. Oh, you gotta understand he's been drinking. That doesn't make it fucking okay, does it? Just because he's like that with everybody makes it acceptable? It doesn't make no damn sense whatsoever. Meanwhile, I made a cash. I got nowhere to go. The guy that was gonna help me, he went out with him for a bit. I was hoping it'd be defused by the time he got back, or the feller would possibly help him with stuff. But damn. Am I supposed to call Ghostbusters? This dude is extremely aggressive. He is also very passive aggressive, to the point of being aggressive. With me, I have to be afraid to type literally anything at all, because literally anything that I type will be twisted into something that it ain't. That's not okay. Take my words as they are. Don't try reading between my fingers, reading between the lines. When I say abuse, I mean abuse. When I get on here and I scream and shout and I curse because of the environment that I'm stuck in, obviously I'm stuck in the environment. Who am I going to call for help that gives a shit? See, that's the key word right there. Not somebody who's going to pretend to give a shit. Who actually gives a shit? One of the things that was stolen before was my headphones. That's on camera. But the headphones that I had that were stolen before that were stolen by the older guy. It's not the only thing he stole. Every day they come in here and steal from us. When I say us, I mean it's not just me who's being stolen from. And I tried to take it to him the first time it happened. Say, hey, they stole my stuff and I had to go back over there to get my things back. They're not here to work. They're here to smoke pot and steal my things and steal other people's things. Then we got an alcoholic who wants to scream at us all because people are stealing their shit. And even with it recorded, he starts pulling this, oh, your word versus fuck. See, that's the thing. Even if you record it, when you're having to depend on alcoholics and drug addicts, what do? I gotta worry if it's soon. No, there's no safe place to put my stuff. I wish there was. have any idea how impossible it is to get any of this legal stuff done when I'm literally stuck in an abusive environment? Where do people think all this money's coming from that's gonna make it so I can move somewhere? Where do they think this money's gonna come from to fix my vehicle, to hire a mechanic, to get car parts?
You need help?
I'd love some help. Hold on a second. This guy told me to call him, so that's what I'm doing. Eric and Sean. Hey, is there you might be able to help me move some of my stuff to storage? He showed up here going off again. Thank you, sir. Okay, bye. Oh my God, narcissistic assholes. See, that's one of the things about being stuck in a subservient environment. Is that when people want to be abusive towards you, you just have to take it. And everybody here has to take it. Nobody made this guy violent. Nobody chose it for him. Oh my God. So he spent over $200 folks from Venezuela that he doesn't stop finding and complaining about. He just keeps acting a child. And this was a very, very alcoholic trait. It's demeaning. Meanwhile, the people who stole from me, apparently that's okay. I don't know why, but apparently it is. Meanwhile, it doesn't stop to recognize all of the food that I had to buy for myself and for them. Or how many times he sends me out to go get him alcohol. He's a very demanding person. So you get to see, I move my stuff from one place to another, one abusive environment to another. Speak up. What happens when I speak up about being abused? I get abused more. It's alright though, I must deserve it because I'm a bee, right? Isn't that your excuse? It's one of them. You caught me mentally ill, and that makes it okay. And you get to hear out of these people over and over the same thing. How dare you stand up to them? How dare you speak up? They get so drunk they can't remember what the hell they just said. And then they want to say, I didn't say that. I didn't say that.
Dahil sa pato ng mga landro yun, sumray. Kaya kung grande ya, pagkangan. No, bukan. Ikaw ko mo ang karne. No, saya tarang.
I'm not a real big fan of people who just help themselves to things. First, we got to hear this guy go off like this about not touching. I really don't expect him to.
Mamunta ka tayo na to ka. Kasama.
not so common. What's very common is people making fake accounts, pretending to be children. I tell them I'm not comfortable with them on my channel. Same as I'm not comfortable with them in real life. There's too much negative connotation. I'm sorry I screamed out my voice already. Otherwise, I'd be a lot more eloquent with my words, I suppose. I don't get the luxury of just caring about me because of the threats, harassment, and intimidation against me by a bunch of druggies before Natalie was killed and a bunch of nut jobs afterward. I've had to fear for my friends and family, and many of them have recorded and typed the words of how they're afraid and why. Now, this person who got on a couple of days ago, I'm pretty sure it was just somebody messing around. But I also don't know. My channel was meant for the victims to speak out for each other and with each other to stop this systemic abuse. Now, when somebody gets a hold of me and tells me that they got into a fight with their stepfather and they get a hold of me on my channel, what am I to do? I've attempted on multiple occasions to turn in crimes of abuse that people have tried to let me know about. But the cops just treat me like I'm crazy. And then when they realize how wrong they were, they start committing crimes against me to try to shut me up. I want to say I'm sorry if that young man was actually beaten up by his stepfather. That's terrifying, and ended up on the streets as a result of it is even more terrifying. I didn't want to ask any identifying information, but I also didn't want that individual to be unsafe. I don't know which it was, but I also don't know the right thing to do anymore. All the things that I was taught are wrong. None of them work. Everything is based on bias now. My Tourette syndrome's fucking with me. So let's talk about this person the other day who was getting on and claiming to be underage and to be being abused. How do I turn that in? When you see crimes on my channel, you have to turn them in. I can't. If you go back through my videos far enough, you see why. I'm bullied until I have a meltdown. And then because I had a meltdown, people pretend like I'm crazy. When I'm abused enough, well, I scream out loud and I use curse words because speaking nicely does not work. Speaking nicely gets me talked over and treated like it's not important, and obviously it is important. Obviously I was trying to get attention for a reason before Natalie was killed. Obviously being pawned off onto drug addicts and drug salesmen was not the right way to go. Yet that's the corner that I was backed into. Because those who don't do drugs aren't likely to accept somebody who's autistic and has Tourette syndrome. But then everybody's solution is drugs, isn't it? That I should do drugs. Some people want to push street drugs. Some people want to push pharmaceuticals. But none of you are qualified to do so. Your opinion doesn't matter, the evidence does. I hope this youngin' was able to get help. But I hope even more that it was just another troll account. I hope it wasn't really someone being harmed. But it leaves us all with the question of what is a disabled person to do when you're being abused to help you, when they're being abused too, and nobody is helping them to turn it in. All of these agencies that accept your tax dollars, they're stuffing us in like sardines, appointment after appointment. Their fix-all for everything is therapy and pills and false charges. Out here, it's a different world. The difference between a hero and a villain in the United States comes down to credit score. If you have a bad credit score, you're a bad person according to the American people in public. What you're allowed to do, allowed to say, the rights that you have, these are not constitutionally guaranteed. These are guaranteed only as far as the American bias can throw you. And the American bias will throw you under the bus regardless of what the law states on paper. I have to deal with a lot of predators. On my YouTube channel, I can hide user on this channel. I can prevent them from harming myself and others on this channel. But this channel is the only place I have that power. In real life, if people seek to hurt you, if you're in my general vicinity, I'm going to do something. Even if I don't like you. I guess I'm just stupid like that. Now this person getting a hold of me to tell me about abuse, why does that create a problem on my channel? It's not just on my channel, it's in my life. It's because I have no power, I have no voice, because nobody has helped to lend me theirs. All these hundreds and hundreds of people getting a hold of me. promising they want to help, and their idea of help is to tell me about all of their predators. Followed by them telling me not to be negative. When I'm overwhelmed with all of their stories, did you really call me because you wanted to help me? Or did you call me because you wanted help? And you thought that I would be heard? Well, I have used my voice many, many times to bring attention to others, knowing that my predators are going to try to spin it into me being some horrible monster out to destroy the world. Well, what's the world come to? I don't like that I have problems communicating, but I'm afraid for myself and for others. I find myself thinking, what if that young man, what if he's being rained on or snowed on? I made a bunch of assumptions about him being all right because he was just kind of typing with me and kind of being nonchalant, it seemed like. But there's also the fact that it's something I can't let go. It's stuck in my head. It's ingrained in my brain. What do I do? What do I do? Who do I tell? Who do I show that's going to listen before it's too late? What's to stop his predators from harming him again? Because I have no way to turn it in safely without being abused the way that I have been here and in Hood River and in the Dalles and in Warrenton and Astoria and even Portland. How do I seek help for a child? Time and time again, since Natalie's death, I have had to stay with people who are abusive to each other and to children all the time, nearly nonstop. That doesn't mean that people beat on their children the whole time I was there. That's not what I'm saying at all. I'm saying that I've seen environments that are conducive to well-adjusted adults. I've grown up long enough to see how maladjustment destroys a child's life and chances. I've seen how single parents here in the United States, both men and women, have sought education from the Department of Health and Human Services because that's where everyone points them. And the Department of Health and Human Services sends them around in circles. In many places in the United States, if you're a poor person who tries to turn in child abuse, the cops will come and bully you for trying. But if it's the so-called upright churchgoer who calls them, someone who maybe you had a disagreement with and held a grudge, and your life is changed forever. The woman on the cover of this, she wrote an article that was untrue. There are a few parts, very few parts, where she told the truth, but it didn't matter. She didn't care. She chose to write fiction for fanfare and profit. She did so at the expense of Natalie Bollinger and myself. She said untrue things about Natalie Bollinger. And she said untrue things about me, things that were misleading, some that were only partially true. I absolutely threatened to retaliate against Ted Bollinger and Tim Beeson, and I absolutely did retaliate against Ted Bollinger and Tim Beeson. I exposed what they did with Natalie Bollinger's words. I exposed what they had done to Natalie. I exposed who was involved, what they were saying and what they were doing. I told the truth. And nobody seems to care about that. I've had to do a lot of desperate things to try to get heard, but what do you expect? What is nearly every person's response when I ask them what they would do if this happened to their sister, their mother, their daughter? If these things that happen to me, that many of them have gotten to see, gotten to hear with their own eyes, their own ears, many of them being present for the attacks, the assaults, the abuse, the racism, the anti-Semitism, the anti-LGBT slogans, the assaults, over and over and over. And when I speak up about these predators, they play victim because I spoke up. And because I am angry about the abuse, the rapidity, and the rampant, repeated, abusive nature of these things destroys a person's mind. It destroys their sense of safety and their trust in the community and in humankind. It was one thing that was mothers getting a hold of me, telling me they're afraid for their children, or they're trying to find a missing loved one. It terrifies me. I know the reality of the world that I live in because I've seen it too much with my own two eyes. When you see your friend's eyes go from green to gray, it means they've been dead for a while. People pretend like, because I'm autistic, I don't know what's going on around me. Like when people get into a fight, that I don't know it's a fight. Like people who are assaulting me and threatening me. I'm treated as if they're delusions. Despite the fact that on my channel you can hear and see those very things with your own two eyes and know that they are true. I'm not on here blaming everything on magical purple unicorns. I'm not accusing alien Illuminati members of coming down here with brainwave butt probes for the CIA. I'm telling you that 2 nights ago, this random account created a type on my channel. It's gonna haunt me because my voice has been destroyed. No court will hear me. No lawyer will defend me. No officer will listen. I'm less than the shit on the bottom of your shoe to most Americans. Natalie and her friends and family have repeatedly bullied me. Natalie stopped the bullying, and that includes shaming someone for being victimized, shaming someone for trying to get help, playing victim when someone begs you to stop the abuse. I didn't ask Natalie where she was at. I didn't ask who she was with. I asked for her to call off the dogs, and I told her why they were abusing me. I let her know what Maddie Boa had said. She didn't care. She was back with her drugs. She was back with those who she was familiar with, even if they're predators. I knew who Tim Beeson was before Natalie was killed. Well, before Natalie was killed. Not because he was getting a hold of me to threaten my life and my family's life. Not because he was calling me up for months before that, threatening me with a motorcycle club, threatening my friends and family in Montana, Colorado, Nebraska. These are not things that you do. Tim Beeson started a fight that he couldn't win. He should have known when enough was enough. But he was an idiot. He decided he was going to fuck with someone that doesn't get embarrassed. I don't admit all of my sins loud and proud on Facebook because I'm some religious zealot, because I'm not. I do it because it's the right thing to do. If you fuck up, admit it right away so that we can move past it. We can't move past it as long as you're trying to go vigilante. We can't move past it as long as you always want vengeance because you were embarrassed, because you did something wrong and you got busted. If you'd fessed up to it first, instead of making me post it up all over fucking Facebook and YouTube to be heard. What kind of world could we be living in now? Those of you who knew me in real life in Boulder, Colorado, up until 2015 in October, all of you got to see who I really am, who I choose to be. Ryan James, you know I took them lumps for you. When Kelly Engel wanted to have Casper and Danny and that other dipshit assault you. You know, I went down there to talk to those 3 boys like they were men and discuss it like adults. You know, they hit me and that I took it and that I didn't swing back on any of them. When I came to you for help before Natalie was killed, you wanted to throw money in my face as a magic fix-it. You were going to send me $50, remember? I didn't need your money, I needed your voice. That's the thing with a lot of these mothers who claimed that they cared. These are horrible things. Many of these mothers are experiencing those things in their lives. And I'm told that's just karma. Well, it's not just karma, but I understand the rules of karma, same as the 10 Commandments. I understand them from a structure point of view. Because although I don't get embarrassed, I understand fully how embarrassment and pride go hand in hand. Because it all comes down to the public's perception of you. What do people think of you? What do they believe about you? And how do they treat you as a result? I've been to prison to try to turn in abusers and protect children. And I'm not a felon. There were officers involved. And when I tried to turn in those officers, as well as some of their coworkers, and registered Nebraska sex offender Robert Franklin Mornick, they lied to have me incarcerated and have the evidence of their wrongdoing taken away and put into their custody. Primarily Sheriff Scott DaCosta of Dual County, Nebraska. Over 20 of his officers were allowed to leave. He intentionally neglected his duties and intentionally misled the situation. On paper, in court, he illegally and immorally assisted a sex offender in getting away with threatening my life, threatening assault, and then another assault. One assault before I went to prison and one assault after I got out. I registered Nebraska sex offender Robert Franklin Mornick. Sexual assault against a child. That's what he was charged with. That's what he was convicted of. How am I treated and why don't I have protections? I'm treated as if I'm Robert Franklin Mornick. The difference is he's been charged and convicted. I've never been charged with anything. even coming close to any form of child abuse or sexual assault or murder, ever. You get to see that the only places where people ever pretended like I assaulted them was police officers and hospitals that those police officers took me to. When you bully someone to the point that they commit suicide, you have done wrong. Natalie's friends, family, and ex-boyfriends didn't just bully her to death, they bullied me to death too. They had bullied me to the point that I was begging for my life to end. That's right. I was begging for my life to end in October of 2016. And I never stopped. I never stopped. I always ask that you hear me first. I always ask you to hear me first. And then I beg you, please hear me. People are hurting me. Please don't blow me off. Please don't blow off this situation. Please don't. When it's primarily children that have parents involved and it's the parents getting a hold of me, it's one thing. But when I've got somebody who's made up an account to get on my channel and pretend to be a child who's being abused, like this is so destructive. It doesn't help anyone. It just hurts people. It hurts all of us. It makes it 100 times tougher to believe anyone. And it makes it 1,000 times tougher to be heard. Makes me feel gross to be in a world like this. It's gross. When I try to tell people about the abuse, they just make me feel gross about going to them to begin with. I know they're not going to take it seriously until they take a look. And they're not going to take a look until they take it seriously. Catch 22. Y'all pretend this is about Natalie, and it's not. It's about the state of mind of the American people, where their heads are at, who they blame. How about we blame the predators, specifically by name? If your predator's name is Ted Gene Bollinger, then go after him, not men. Rose M. Kelly, Danica Shell Garner, Rochelle Shelley Campbell, Alicia Michelle Bollinger, that's your predator. You go after him, not me. Why would you go after an innocent bystander? Why would you go after someone who had nothing but good intentions? There isn't much I can do to convince you except show you evidence that you'll never look at. My friends and family getting a hold of me and telling me that they were afraid of the police, that they were afraid of the public, that people were threatening to kill them and their families, threatening to kill their children. And I was stuck in places where people were abusing children to try to get help stopping abuse against myself. I got a hold of people that I knew that were mandated reporters, like Jerry Sparks. She'd known what to do. When I was at Sally Treon's in Pueblo, after Natalie was killed, I let Jerry Sparks know about Sally Treon's daughter getting kicked in the face by a meth addict who was staying there. I tried my best to speak with her about Jeannie. I'm not even pronouncing her name right because I have no teeth. The Pueblo West woman who, a year after Natalie was killed, her son died. Well, I got to live with her at Sally Treon's. She was a drug addict there too. And all the screaming and Maddie getting kicked in the face. And on the TV, they watched a show about psycho clowns in a circus in the 1920s or 30s, probably the 1930s. The whole time I was there, nonstop on the TV. And people had to try to have conversations over the top of it, and it's about murder the whole time. It's so fucked up. If you're gonna paint someone out to be a horrible monster, then go all the way. In Dual County alone, the Dual County Sheriff's Department and the Dual County Prosecutor have had to drop 30 separate charges against me. That's how many times they tried to shut me up. Each and every one of those charges was an attempt to shut me up. Repeatedly, I went to Nebraska State Patrol like I was supposed to, and to Nebraska Attorney General's office like I was supposed to. And repeatedly, they sent me back to Scott DaCosta to investigate himself, and to his deputies for them to investigate themselves. And over and over and over again, you get to see how that worked out. All because officers in January of 2017, nearly a year before Natalie was killed, did not want to do their jobs about me being abused. All they wanted to do was take me in on suicide watch, and Sydney Hospital was not having it. I was there for about 2 hours. They set me up for an appointment with Nicole Peralta and Tamara at Region 1. And we got started on the process of turning in people like Tim Beeson, people like Ted Bollinger, People like the Dual County Sheriff's Department. By the time January of 2017 rolled around, I'd already taken over 3 months worth of abuse, right? No, only over 2. It was the beginning of January when I was picked up by 2 state patrol officers, 1 male and 1 female, and 1 Dual County deputy, whose name I still don't know to this day. I thought for a few that it might be Officer Jordan Anderson because of the nature of the way he proceeded with things. However, Jordan Anderson didn't do his job either. Neither did Deputy Jared Hahn. Neither did Sheriff Scott DaCosta. None of his deputies did. Not Stutterin' Stanley himself, Cody Selhorst. I did desperate things to try to get heard because I had to. How am I supposed to feel about people threatening to kill my friends and family? How am I supposed to feel about being assaulted when I go to see my friends and family? How am I supposed to feel about repeated harassing phone calls? How am I supposed to feel when I ask Natalie Bollinger nicely to put a stop to it, and I ask Alicia Bollinger nicely to put a stop to it, and I ask Maddie Bowen nicely to put a stop to it? And what do? They choose to pretend like I'm victimizing them even more. And the predators that they've told me about, that they're afraid of, that harmed them repeatedly, start getting a hold of me to threaten me and threaten my life and threaten my family. The men in Natalie and Alicia Bollinger's lives that they wanted to get as far away from as possible because those men were scary. And then I had to deal with those men getting a hold of me repeatedly. How do we stop this abuse when we can't even go to the police? How do we stop this abuse when police choose to harm us for trying to protect ourselves and our friends and our families? Who are we supposed to go to when those that we're supposed to trust, our trusted adults, blow us off or threaten to arrest us if we refuse to go with our predators? What are we supposed to do? Looks like someone's typing at me. Someone calling them Jones, something I can't pronounce. Typed, hello, how are you? Are you feeling all right? Go to the authorities, they will help you. No, Jones, they won't. That's the problem. I'm a disabled homeless man. Do you know what that means? It means it's just going to be assumed that I'm a mentally ill junkie, and I'll get better. They'll send me to mental health. They'll refuse to look at evidence. The people they send me to will tell me that it's not their job. They're not investigators. They can't look at it. They can't look at evidence, they tell me. Not even if I bring it in person. They tell me to do it online, yet provide me no safe place to do it online. And worse than that, the repeated abuse is expensive. And for somebody who has to live on a fixed income of $800 a month, or less than $700 at the time that Natalie was killed, and all of my back payments that were supposed to go to helping me to get a place, and I had a plan, and you can see that. I discussed my plan with Natalie Bollinger, with Nicole Peralta, with many people over the years to get property where I would have my own rights. And I could put my foot down instead of having to be subservient to people who did not have my best interest at heart. I've lived through far too many corpses as an autistic individual not to revere human life. Human life is to be revered. It's the only real gift we have. But our selfishness has become a plague upon the entire planet. There are videos on my YouTube channel where you can hear people screaming the N-word at me and a bunch of anti-LGBT stuff at me. And you can hear the cops talking right over me in the very same video. You can hear me in some of my videos speaking with officers while being harassed and heckled, being called by restricted numbers over and over and over again, and having to deal with predators typing at me, predators that my friends and family have to fear in real life. Riley Lawton. He married my little sister, and he was also married to a woman named Amber. My little sister was scared shitless. She followed instructions, went someplace safe, and pretended like I was the bad guy. Now, unfortunately for her, when she didn't want to live with Amber, and she didn't want my niece around Amber's dad, another registered sex offender, Amber attempted to make my sister unsafe. It's a good thing my sister already knew what to do. It's a good thing that we'd already rehearsed it. If nothing else, my sister does know how to keep her and her daughter safe. And they both know Uncle Sean is willing to go down to protect them. My channel is a series of abusive situations against myself and my loved ones, and me speaking out about every one of those situations, how they affect me. You can also hear how they affect me. I find it difficult to remain calm because I'm always looking over my shoulder for the next Andrew Wolnez, the next Wesley Reiner, 88958. That's right, that's his inmate number. This is a man who did unspeakable acts to his 3-year-old brother in front of a 9-year-old at a foster home. We've got to find a way to get my evidence in the hands of the people who can make these arrests. I've already shown time and again I am willing to go to jail or prison to force this evidence into their hands. I'm just not willing to kill people. I don't have it in me. I'm too much of a diplomat. I hate violence too much. It didn't matter how many hundreds of people harmed me. What mattered is if I acted like that even once back towards them. It didn't matter how many threatened my life and my family's life. You could do it for over 1.5 years, and if I threaten you back, what happens? Well, apparently what happens is that the predators get away. They get to play victim. You all play on bias against the homeless and the disabled and men. And you help sexual predators like Ted Gene Bollinger and Robert Franklin Warnick to do whatever they want and to have no consequences. You enable people like Derek Parrish to assault people and get away with it. To have no remorse. You enable predators like Derek Apodaca to assault at-risk adults. And for both he and Natalie's mother to work together to get away with it. Y'all have no idea how fucked up a world we live in once you start playing victim. And it makes it popular for everyone to do so. There are just too many bodies. Too many Natalies, too many Christines, too many Stevens. Stephen Green is in the ground now. Stephen McMillian managed to break his own neck. Christine Buhit overdosed on fentanyl. Kelly Engel overdosed as well. Brianne Ingersoll drank herself to death, or she was bludgeoned to death. I don't know which. Anna Hunka drank herself to death, or she was bludgeoned to death. I don't know which. These are people that actually existed, people I knew in real life, people that I conversed with. People who I miss with every single moment of my life. I miss them. When I think about Natalie Bollinger, I don't think about all the horrible things. I think about what she should have had. Y'all got no idea. Natalie was fucking awesome. She was totally fucking awesome. Like, she was was fun, but not possessive. When I was being hurt and I got a hold of her, she tried to pay attention to when she was making it about her, and she felt horrible about talking about her problems, and I felt horrible about talking about mine. We were going to do something to change it. We were going to do something to stop it. Life is what happens while you're busy making plans. It's just unfortunate that just a few kind words can so easily be the difference between life and death. Kind words being the difference between homicide and another breath. The difference between suicide and being here for another day for your friends and family, even if you're not okay, and even if they don't care that you're not okay. I don't believe that wanting to leave is selfish. I believe that when you are ready to go, that anybody that would want to keep you here is selfish. Because they obviously don't care why you want to go, why you want to leave, why you don't want to be here anymore. It's because they're not having to endure the abuse. And they're not alone the way that you are. You have no idea how alone Natalie had to be. Especially around the people that she loved the most. The sacrifices that she made for her sisters. The sacrifices that she made for Gabriel. The sacrifices that she made for her mother. And the life that she gave so that her father and her brother, so that her father, her uncle, and her ex-boyfriend wouldn't have to pay the piper for the things that they had done to her. I said I would retaliate, and how did I retaliate against Ted Bollinger and Tim Beeson? I took Natalie's words, and I posted them very loud and proud and public. And the authorities don't give a holy goddamn about a homeless disabled man. Are you fucking kidding me? You know how you end these videos. Good to be rid of you. Thank you for coming to visit. Stay out of trouble or don't get caught. Remember, you are your brother's keeper, and you are your sister's keeper too. And no victim left behind.
most likely predator in nearly every single category of crime. The most likely predator is a woman in every single case. And in the majority of those cases, it's a single mother. Single mothers are the most pampered people in the country. They're also the ones with the most say-so. A single mother can destroy your life with a rumor and then say, oh, well, I'm afraid for my kids. Well, people are actually harming you. In my lifetime, I have not found any violence that cannot be attributed to women manipulating men. Now, I wanted to try to seek an end to the violence that I've endured, and even the people who claim to be my friends, what is their idea of doing something to stop it? Either A, they ignore it and pretend it's not happening. Well, that doesn't stop it. Or B, they want to talk about violence. Cynthia, over there at the Safeway Deli. I'm supposed to go tell somebody when I'm harmed, a friend or family member. Cynthia calls herself my friend. A lot of people there at the Safeway have called me friend. But when I'm abused, instead of listening to me so they know what happened, what transpired, instead what I get is them interrupting me to volunteer violence. Cynthia was, a lot of people said I should go to Cynthia, but I couldn't go to Cynthia. All she would talk about is hurting people. If all she's going to do is talk about hurting people, yeah, I'm going to be afraid to go to her. Now, understanding where she came from, I understand why she goes to violence first. Understanding the situations that we live in and under as a country, I understand why she would want a man to do it. But that's primarily what we have in the United States. We're taught as men from birth that we're supposed to protect women and children. What are we taught? Protect women and children. Holly's here. Hi, Holly. I'm going to use Holly as an example here in part of my video just because she's here and she can verify a lot of things. I got people getting on and fighting for attention already. So I have to do this stuff in public, and of course it's not appropriate, most of my subject matter. But I don't have a safe place to do this. I don't have my own domicile. When you're disabled and you have to jump through a bunch of hoops for housing, those hoops don't stop once you're there. They want you to continue jumping through those hoops regardless of the cost. And when you're living on a fixed income because you're disabled, that cost is important. Now, one of the things about being forced to do this in public, I'm having to do this at the local library. Not appropriate. Or I'm having to do it at the local Safeway. Not appropriate. I'm having to call the disability place and give out my personal information while I'm in a place where I'm surrounded by people who are desperate. Desperate people do desperate things. You give out the wrong information, those people use it to harm you. Is it just Cynthia there that was talking about violence, offering up violence? No, there was also Candy. Candy offered up her husband, Joe. Cynthia offered up her husband, John. They don't often do these things for men. Usually that kind of stuff is reserved for when a woman wants to destroy a man's life. I'm asking these people not to destroy a man's life. Many of these people, well, some of them know better.
Cynthia is well aware that sometimes beating the hell out of somebody will save them 40 years in prison. But there's me asking them not to. All that violence that Jennifer wanted to give, and David wanted to give, and Cynthia wanted to give, and Candace wanted to give, all of that violence, I can't tell these women about the abuse that I'm taking without them stopping me, preventing me from speaking so that they can talk about violence yet again and getting violent yet again. And how somebody should be violent yet again. Somebody should hurt him yet again. Then, of course, there's the, did you call the police? And I say, I'm a male. It's different for us. I'm homeless. It's different for us. I'm just going to get talked over as if I must be the predator. Or as if I'm a drug addict. Or as if I'm a schizophrenic hallucinating the assaults. But the assaults are on my channel. Holly typed, I almost said the same quote. Desperate times call for desperate measures. Yes, very much so. Many of these people that are offering up all this violence, are they going to go and get violent? No, they're not. They're going to run around and spread rumors until they find somebody dumb enough to go get violent. You've seen that happen before. You know, you got the pretty girl who is mad at some guy, but he's got a little bit of popularity. She's got to find somebody that she can lie to that is dumb enough to believe it, or wants to be popular enough, or wants to be liked by her enough, that he'll believe anything that she says, and he'll go harm people. Dakota Sharkin typed, oh, you're out of your pocket now. Yo. Holly typed, Sean, do you know anyone with a Jeep? Yes, I know a few people with a Jeep. But what does a Jeep have to do with any of this? It doesn't get my story heard. Right now we're talking about the violence being pushed heavily by these women as help.
It's opinion, yes, the opinion page.
Many of them saying they don't know how when it comes to turning it in. No, we have taught women from birth how to take advantage of all of these situations. We have set it up so that there are free services for women all over the place. There are 15 services just for women in Boulder County for every single co-ed service, and there are 0 men-only services, 0 of them. There's felon-only services, and a lot of people complain that the male felons, that's a male-only service. No, it's not. There's a female version of it in Boulder County, too. They're not co-ed for a reason, as far as the cohabitation goes, but they are co-ed as far as the service goes. Dakota Sharping typed, you were so right about all of this. Holly typed, I mean, have you seen a Jeep around? Yes, I've seen a lot of them around. Jeeps are a very popular vehicle in places where you're near the mountains. There's a lot of Jeeps around, yes. Holly typed, apparently they robbed a gas station for Marlboro cigarettes, candy, and lighters. Oh, sorry. Yeah, it doesn't really do anything for me. I know lots of people with Jeeps. Yes. No, they're not gonna rob their own town for cigarettes and lighters. The chances of me knowing who it is non-existent. Alright, so let's get back to the violence that I've seen in my life. I've seen men stabbed. Every man I've ever seen stabbed was either stabbed by a woman or over a woman. Every one of them. When I brag about having 7 extra holes in my body, from running my mouth. Is it really from running my mouth? No, it's because people were doing wrong things to other people. And I'm not somebody who can just stand and watch. Now, just so you know, I'm getting restricted call after restricted call right now. A lot of these people are men. Men who want to harm me over things that women are unhappy about. When a woman's unhappy, that's when it's okay to get violent. When a woman is unhappy, not when a man's unhappy, but when a woman is. A woman is to get violent whenever she wants. A man is to get violent when a woman tells him to. When a woman instructs him to. How many of these women have volunteered up their husbands for violent actions? Many of them. I typed it was in Tillamook. Yep, I kind of figured. Yeah, I know a few people with a Jeep. Now we got this person, FVXNI. He's one of the trolls. He's going to get on with about 4 or 5 other guys all at once and just start basically trolling the hell out of my channel. Holly, I am sure that you can recognize this action from the last few days. Some of them turn out to be sort of nice, but for the most part, it's groups of people gang stalking. That's literally what it is. They come to my channel specifically to be bullies, and they're different from the ones, like, for example, the, the Fred something account, and he's got some that are Fred, some that are Ted. Hold on a second. Or the Rich Life of Ativan, Rich Life of Haldol. There's also the Ativan 666 accounts. I'm used to them. And that guy actually recently admitted that him and his friends were doing it, but he was trying to claim like it's harmless. No, it's not harmless. It's not even close to harmless. You think that's harmless? Let me tell you something about the female friends of mine that don't get justice when they're harmed. Do you know why they don't get justice when they're harmed? Because nobody believes them. Do you know why nobody believes them? Because the world has realized that we have way too many women who are taught habitually to lie to get what they want and to throw tantrums like children their entire lives. We teach them that they're more mature than boys at the age of 14. And they think they're more mentally mature than boys. No, they're not. They're more physically mature, and that is all. Mentally, men are capable of advancing a lot further than women are because we teach them that. It's not because women are stupid. It's not because men are stupid. It's because men have to bite the harsh realities of real life a lot sooner. Women have one leg to stand on, and that's sexual assault. And as we've seen in the last few years, women are a lot more likely to give in to their sexual side than men. They're a lot more likely to push that sexual side than men. A lot of the women that I know that claim they understand I'm not interested in sex because they were abused when they were younger will also type openly on their Facebook about how they need some dick. Like literally, there's no other portion of a man other than that portion there. I know lesbians who will do that. They won't date a man. They just want that part of his man. And part of that comes from the fact that all men are supposed to take care of children and women. So a woman who has a child, well, she's got an income. And a lot of women are taught to think that way. A lot of the women that I know, they make nearly all of their decisions based on looks. And that starts off from youth. When they first start dating, their mother's telling them whether they find a boy okay or not.
Oh, you guys will have pretty babies. You'll make pretty babies. How many of you have heard that? Also, how many of you, and mind you, I know a lot of women who are parents who have basically seen me as their illegitimate child or their illegitimate girl child, which is creepy. But the things that they say to their daughters are things like, well, you need to date somebody who's smart, but not as smart as you because you want to win the arguments. Holly typed, I can't stand tantrums. I am Doza typed, what do you think of guys that want another guy's part? Well, that depends on how you want it and whether or not it's consenting, whether or not they're adults. But that's not what this is about, is it? A lot of people here, like there's a guy named JD, and he's one of the first people to come up and tell me about Wolnez running around saying he's gonna this and he's gonna that. But a lot of people came up and told me that he was saying he was gonna kill me. Which, yeah. Cynthia's one of those people. She told me that he was messaging her husband, John. Andrew Wolnez was messaging John that he was going to kill me. And Cynthia was going to try to get those and send them to me so I could take them to court. She was going to send them to Candy so I could take them to court. And she didn't try. Holly type, I'd never say someone sexually assaulted me if they didn't. Thank you, Holly. Now another thing, Holly, is that a lot of the videos that I'm making now, you get in and you do type, and I do try to interact with you because I know you're not trying to be harmful or damaging. But then it becomes a situation where I'm trying to talk specifically to you where I can't because of connection issues or because of not having your phone number. But then there's also the fact that if I have your phone number and you do harmful stuff, there's a good chance your phone number will end up on my YouTube channel. And oftentimes due to no fault of your own, just faulty understanding from not listening well. Except you do listen pretty well. And thank you for that. I am Doza typed respect bro, the Crusader Ball typed hi, Holly typed I'm all about someone being genuine, well thank you. Holly typed what goes around comes back stronger, and yes, very much so. A lot of people wanted to harm me in real life and run around and spread rumors in real life. Rumors that got people to physically assault me in real life. Meanwhile, there were things that didn't actually happen. Natalie Bollinger didn't go accusing me of any of that stuff that Wolnez wants to scream at me. None of it. But he thinks it's okay to assault me over it, and he's not the only one. Natalie Bollinger was a drug addict, and we get to see the same dynamics that I have to deal with her and her sister and Maddie Boa. We get to see the same dynamics at play with Teresa Orn. The same dynamics at play with Brett Roloff. It's all the same dynamics when I'm having to depend on drug addicts and drug dealers, people who are strung out, people who are messed up on drugs. They may say they care, but in reality, they're going to care when they want a cigarette. And they might listen to a couple of minutes worth of me complaining to get a cigarette. But in the end, they just want. Y'all might notice you don't get to speak or type in this video. You don't get to make any comments whatsoever. Comments are off. That means I get to say what I want to uninterrupted. And we're going to focus 100% entirely on Holly. Primarily from the last video. None of you take this abuse seriously. Now you get to see every single new person who comes on wants to type the same shit over and over and over again. How many times did I have to answer the same question in the last video? When I asked Holly, hey, Holly, these trolls aren't going to listen. Asking them to stop isn't going to get them to stop. All it results in is you typing a bunch and a bunch of other idiots typing a whole bunch, and it turns into a big fucking argument in chat. What it is not is you listening to me one-on-one, and it will never be you listening to me one-on-one because you are incapable. You're a woman. You are incapable of listening to a man. Anything that a man says, you are going to assume is mentally retarded and that you have to check it yourself. Well, then please check it yourself. Stop getting on my channel and pretending like you might give a shit eventually someday, because you never will. You've shown that. I don't need you to verify this shit on fucking YouTube. I'm recording it on fucking YouTube. I need help turning it into the police, to all these different goddamn agencies. And when you tell me, whatever excuse you're gonna give me for you're not gonna try it, don't tell me these other trolls are like wanting to harass me and type about how they're the Rizzler. Don't tell me that they're trying to help me. They're not. They're making zero effort to help me, just like you're making zero effort to help me. You'll only do stuff on YouTube Live so that you can show that you did it publicly. You want to show all your friends you did it. I fucking hate having to go public. Between me telling you what a piece of shit you are in a public fucking video and me telling you what's going on, I'd rather be telling you what's going on one-on-one. But you're not going to try that, just like Teresa wasn't going to try that. Now, instead of trying to control the idiots in this chat, they'll just make more accounts. So don't waste your fucking time. And when I tell you to stop wasting your time to doing that, if you're just going to keep wasting your time doing that, you're an idiot. Maybe instead of assuming that I'm a fucking retard because I got a dick, maybe you listen to my fucking experience. Every single one of you are like this. If you're not a troll, you're some idiot who thinks they can control the trolls. You are literally forcing me to say this in an unsafe environment. You are forcing me to say this stuff in a public library, live on YouTube, because you can't call me and talk to me like a human being. Meanwhile, it doesn't matter what kind of damage that you've done by wasting my time. By antagonizing the situation, and yes, antagonizing the situation is the right way to say it. Because you are literally making zero effort to listen, and you have shown me that you are going to make zero effort to listen. Anything that I say must be retarded goddamn mansplaining. No matter how many nice things you say, you're still treating me that way. If you care, send me a fucking email. doggedroman@gmail.com. Any fucking idiot can do that. But no, what do you want to do? You want it to be public. You want to say, oh, well, I typed this nice thing and I typed that nice thing. You haven't lifted a goddamn finger to help. You're not doing anything to provide a safe environment, and you could easily. You know, messaging you in an email is a lot safer way than me having to do this live on YouTube. Lots of those people who want to be mad at me, what are they mad about? Because after they fucked me over, they ended up live on YouTube. A lot of people who wanted to call me a liar got to end up face to face with videos of them saying exactly what I said they did. Call me a liar now. Yeah, I get worked up getting fucking talked over by literally everyone. I get worked up being typed over and having to deal with trolls and having to deal with restricted call after restricted call. And then I have to deal with idiots doing idiotic shit. How about you try working with me in an effective way, in a way that keeps us both safe, instead of literally forcing me to do it on YouTube? All these people who are pissed off at me, they're pissed off because they forced me to go public with this stuff. All of these people could have told the truth. All of them could have made an effort. And all they did was waste time and try to bully me into doing what they want right when they want it. And none of you care. Not one single woman is going to do the right thing in this situation, especially not Holly. I have literally never met a woman who actually cares about what they can give you, whether it be entertainment or whatever else. Teresa wanted to type to me that if she didn't care, she wouldn't bother to talk to me. Well, she didn't bother to talk to me. She literally ignored me for years after she did the most screwed up things that she could possibly do as a human being, and she did so claiming to be my friend. Now, Holly, you want to type about your trust issues? Well, I got trust issues too. If you're a trustworthy person who's going to listen, you've got nothing to worry about. If you're a selfish person that just wants to talk about yourself, yeah, I definitely am not the guy to talk to and pretend like you care. I'm tired of being abused, and I'm tired of people like you pretending that you might care. Oh, you'll type on YouTube 100 times, this is messed up, and that's messed up, and it's not okay for people to do this, and it's not okay to do that. You know what? Pull your head out of your ass. This is the goddamn peanut gallery. That's who you're preaching to. I need help getting it beyond my YouTube channel. I need help getting it into court. I need help stopping the abuse before I can take care of any of the things that any of you are going to require of me. I cannot turn off my disabilities to make you happy. I cannot magic up tens of thousands of dollars to jump through all of the expensive hoops that shouldn't be jumped through to begin with. You could just stop being a coward and speak up about what you know. You could try protecting the victim by going in with them or making the calls with them. And when they are talked over, you speak up. Instead of telling me that it's wrong, do something to stop it. I've wasted an entire day hoping that one of you pieces of shit will ever actually give a fuck, and none of you ever will. You want to say, don't be mean? No, you're the one being mean. You're the one that's pretending to give a shit. You're the one that is literally going out of your way to force me to do this in a way that makes me unsafe. It makes me unsafe when you force me to do it this way. And the only reason that I'm doing it this way is because you're pretending like you might. Yes, ma'am. Sorry about that. Thank you, ma'am. You're not going to help stop abundantly clear. This is just entertainment to you. You want to tell people what to do, but you don't want to listen. You want to type away, but you don't want to listen. And you want to bully me into talking. You know what? I can't. We got these youngins wanting to get on and type about how they're
pretending to be little kids, sort of a pervert. I'm sick of it. Now you might say, oh, Sean, Holly's not saying those things. She doesn't have to. You will never find a human being on this fucking planet that I've raped and molested. You will never find a human being that I have fucking killed. But you can see on my goddamn channel 7 goddamn years of abuse as if I'm a rapist, a child molester, and a fucking murderer. You want to type to me and talk to me about respect? Have enough respect to respect my fucking boundaries and my fucking safety and not force me to do it this way. I didn't go public because I'm some sort of an asshole trying to destroy people's lives. I went public because none of my friends, none of my family, none of the fucking cops gave a shit what the volunteers and their fucking friends did to me. They don't care about this. All you say is you're sorry, you're fucking sorry. No, you're pathetic. That's the word you should be using. When I'm harmed and I come to you for help, don't tell me I'm sorry. Say, I'm pathetic. I'm sorry, Sean, but I'm pathetic. You don't like this? You get to see every day that I have to go through this just trying to be fucking heard. But you do over and over and over again, but you don't give a shit. Oh, you're just feeling me out. Fuck you. Go fuck yourself. Feeling me out? No, I'm going through fucking hell.
I've been fighting for equality since I was a child. Being called a weirdo, being force-fed drugs, being slammed to the floor, being raped. These aren't fun things. My fight for equality has been called hypocrisy by many. I'm gonna tell you something. I treated everyone well. Everyone. Until I hurt my back. When I hurt my back, I was no longer a human being to anyone, not my friends, not my family, nobody. Except for Natalie Marie Bollinger and Maddie Boa. I've said a lot of really mean things. And I'm not ashamed of saying those mean things. Brandon Jepson wants to tell me how terrible homeless people are. Homeless people are this. Homeless people are that. All the terrible things that I hear people say about black people, I hear them say about homeless people. All the terrible things that I hear people say about Native Americans, I hear them say about homeless people. Any group that you could possibly say hateful things about, I hear being said about the homeless people. The homeless people, most of them grew up in the system. Most of them grew up in foster care just like me. When I say those mean things and you don't like them, and you want to throw a tantrum, keep in mind that you threw a tantrum because I said those things once to you. Whereas I took it while thousands of people said those things. I just took it. And you couldn't handle me saying it once. Shannon Alvarado kept on continually talking over me. She kept on screaming almost the whole time that I was there. Screaming. But I can't scream back or I'm a terrible person. Ask Dan Faber.
Law enforcement judges all of us homeless people the same way as you do. And you say not all law enforcement is like that. Well, guess what? Not all homeless people are like that. I busted my ass for years. 4 years. Not able to get a loan. Having to buy piece of crap cars. Hoping that if I busted my ass hard enough, I would eventually be able to have a decent living. I would eventually be able to have what it is that most of the kids that I went to high school with had handed to them when they got out of high school. Handed to them. They say, I did it all myself. I earned that car all by myself. No, the fuck you didn't. You weren't paying your rent. You weren't paying for your food. Your summer job paid for that vehicle. But if you had to buy your own food and you had to pay for the roof over your head, you would have not had that vehicle. Over half of the kids that I went to high school with here in Chapel, Nebraska were given vehicles by their parents. I earned mine. Earned them. Sure, I didn't get a brand new fucking Pontiac. That's fine. All I could afford was a $300 vehicle. That's fine. At least I earned it. Without my mommy and daddy's help. I earned it. All pretty white girls are victims, isn't that right? All police officers are the good guys, isn't that right? Meanwhile, there's special rights for black people and for native people and for women. But if you're a white man, there's no special rights. You're to blame for everything. A rich man fucks us all over, and it's the white man's fault, even if he's homeless and broke. When I stopped being friends with Jerry and all of her family, and Lana Engeline and all of her family, while I was in Virginia in 2016, you know what that was over? They said Colin Kaepernick should be punched in the throat. You know what I said? I said soldiers should be punched in the throat. Do you know why? Because it's equality. I wanted them to feel how it is that it made me feel when I saw that. When I saw people who I thought of as good people saying to punch a black man in the throat for standing up for black people. And yeah, I'm against that. I'm not just for black people's rights. I'm for all of our rights. I'm for equality. If I say that I want something bad to you, to happen to you, there is a reason for it. There is a lesson in it. I want you to feel how I feel. I want you to know what it feels like. But then there are things that you are never going to be able to understand. Lana Engeline is never going to understand what it's like to not have family on her side, to not be able to get help from her mother until her mother is dead. And you know what? That won't matter now because she's got free help. All those terrible things that you say about me for being disabled and for taking that money because I'm disabled. All of the terrible things you have to say about me because of that. Are you saying those things to Lana Engeline? Are you telling her what a terrible mooch she is? What a terrible human being she is? This is a woman who has ripped me off dozens of times. Well, you call me a thief. And I must be because I'm homeless. You don't want me to say things like, I hope all of the police end up homeless. I want them to know what it feels like
I want the police to have to experience the cold beyond just walking from their front door to their fucking vehicle. I want them to know what it's like to be hunted, to have everything that you earned taken from you while you have a job and you are homeless and you are trying to get out of that. You are trying to get up and out. That's what we call it. And every homeless person out there has a dream of getting up and out. Martin Luther King Jr. had a dream and they shot him for it. And he's not the only one. Yes, I want people who rape people to know what that feels like. I absolutely do. I want people who victimize the homeless to know what it's like to be homeless. I want these people to know what it feels like. I am tired of being the scapegoat for all of your hatred, for all of the things that your daddy told you and you just believed him instead of going out and finding out for yourself. My dad did nothing for me in my adult life until over a year after Natalie was dead, and I went to his house and I listened to him scream at me every day, and I just took it because I needed his help. I was hoping that my dad would have some compassion and see me as a human being and try to put himself in my shoes. I was hoping just one of my friends in houses would try to put themselves in my shoes. Not a single one of them did so. Not one of them. Not Miss Jerry. Not Lana. Not my dad. Not Shannon Alvarado. Nobody. And I'm a terrible monster because I screamed back at my father after, I think he said 23 days of being there. I finally yelled back at him. I got tired of my dad being condescending every time I tried to speak to him. Everyone cuts me off because I'm not worth hearing, because I'm homeless, because I am mentally ill. You hear that word enough, you learn that that's a dirty word. That's like calling a black man the N-word. Matter of fact, it's worse. Do you know why? Because if I hear somebody calling a black man the N-word, I'm going to speak up for him. Are they going to speak up for me? And I don't mean they, black people. I mean anyone who is around to see this. Do I really want these terrible things to happen to these people? No, but I want them to know what it feels like. Because they wish those bad things on me. Candace Bondurant is never going to know how much what she did hurt me and harmed me and fanned the flames of hatred that I have been abused over. Do I really want every police officer in America to lose a child? No, I don't. No, I do not. Do I want every single person out there who did not go looking for these missing children? Do I want them to lose their children? No, I do not. But I want them to know what it feels like. Miss Peaches, just like Shannon Alvarado, just like my dad, just like all of these other people, had advice to give me about situations that I have endured thousands of times. They endure it once, and their advice goes right out the window. They become hateful and spiteful because they can, because they have that protection. Miss Peaches has that roof over her head. She has Raja, her immediate family there. She can see her loved ones without fear of being victimized. There's a man named John who had his name slandered the same way that mine was. Did people go after John the way they came after me? No, he's huge. He tells me, Sean, you just need to let it roll off your shoulders, roll off your back. John, I'm not 350 pounds. I'm not. I'm $160 at best. At best. People see me and I am littler than them. They go, I can victimize him. And I remember that from growing up. I'd get into a new place and I would start to get settled in. And some kid who hears about how prison is comes into an institution believing it's prison. The advice that he's been told is you find the biggest guy and you pick a fight with him. And he walks in there and he sees the biggest guy and he goes, oh my God, there's no way in hell. He looks at someone his size and goes, well, maybe I could take him, maybe I can't. And then he looks at me, the smallest dude there. You're damn right I'm the one that he comes after. I'm the easiest one to victimize. And maybe if he wins against me, he'll try to size up a little bit. But I'm a mean son of a bitch. And most of those people lost. I didn't start losing fights until I was 13 years old. There's a kid I was locked up with. And he happened to be black. And it was mostly black people there. And when I got into that fight with him, I beat his ass bloody. And they took away his black card. Do you know what that's like? That black kid got treated worse than I got treated. Do you know why? Because he got punked by a white boy. Instead of hating him, I felt sorry for him. And every time I got attacked by a black person after that, I let them win. Every single time. Because I knew what it felt like. I don't want bad things to happen to people. But I want them to understand what it feels like. Miss Peaches has family to hide behind. Despite the fact that she did wrong. She will never admit that she did wrong. She doesn't have to. Because there's no consequences for her. Just like there are no consequences for Alicia Bollinger lying outright. There are no consequences for those police officers who did those terrible things to me. There are no consequences for those public pretenders who did not do their jobs. Nobody gives a fuck about the homeless. Black Lives Matter doesn't give a fuck about the homeless. These Native American rights groups don't give a fuck about the homeless. These women's rights groups don't give a fuck about the homeless. But there are still individuals within each one of those groups who do give a fuck about the homeless. And they can speak out. No, I don't want terrible things to happen to police officers and judges and lawyers. But at the same time, terrible things happen to us every day at the hands of police officers and judges and lawyers and the general public. Black people victimize us. Native Americans victimize us. Women victimize us. And all of them have the same excuse. We have it coming. We chose it. We chose to be victimized. That is always your excuse. I did not choose your cruelty. I did not choose for Jennifer Farina Bollinger to pull her bullshit. I did not choose for Natalie and Alicia Bollinger and Rose M. Kelly to slander my name. I didn't choose for the police in Chesapeake, Virginia to not take a police report. I did not choose for them to break my vehicle. I did not choose those things. Now, each one of these people have protection. People who actually care. People who will lie for them. Meanwhile, you go back and look through all of my posts. You look through all of my messages with me and all of these people. I never once asked a single one of them to lie. Every single one I asked to come forward with the truth. Just tell the truth. That's all I'm asking. Don't hide behind the name of Jesus. Every single person who did that proved they don't believe in Jesus. From Tabitha Michelle Cook's boyfriend Graham, to Alicia Bollinger, to Ted Bollinger. All of these predators hid behind the name of Jesus as their excuse for what they did. Yes, I want these people to know what it feels like. Because they won't listen until they have gone through it. And once they've gone through it, there is no reason for them to listen because they already know. These missing Native American women, their families already know. They already know what I go through every time one of my friends disappears. Those people in Hardin, Wyoming, or Hardin, Montana, who have had over 100 missing people in only a decade. Those people know that aspect of my life. They may not know what it's like to be homeless, but they know what it's like to lose a massive number of people they care about. Alexis Valentin, let me tell you about Alexis. She got into a vehicle with an alcoholic and she fucking died. I take responsibility for that death. Do you know why? Because I gave up my seat in that vehicle. I gave up my seat that night in that vehicle, parked over by the old Chicago's. I gave up my seat so that Alexis Valentin could go up the mountain to Nederland, Colorado to party. And she fucking died. Sitting in the seat that I gave up. You want to call me a hypocrite? No. With each and every one of these people that I'm pissed at, I gave them numerous opportunities, numerous chances. And they kept doing the same thing over and over and over again, no matter how kind I was, no matter how decent I was, they would not listen. When they got treated the way that they were treating me just once, they flipped their fucking wigs. I want you to think about how much of this punishment I have taken since I hurt my back. People that I love dearly judging me. Not just judging me, but passing judgment upon me. All of us judge, but it's the passing of judgment that is wrong. Yes, I judged many of the people that were homeless that I handed out blankets to. I judged many of them. I did. I judged them from what I saw.
Yes, many of them were alcoholics. Many of them were meth heads. Many of them were addicted to heroin. Many of them were black or Native American or women. But I did not pass judgment on them. These things don't make them less than human. Even if you were a heroin addict, I gave you a blanket. Even if you were an alcoholic, I gave you a blanket. If you were a woman or a man, I gave you a blanket. If you were black or white, it didn't matter. You got a blanket. Because I know what it's like to be cold beyond just from your front door to your fucking vehicle. No, I don't want these police to have to go through this. But I want them to understand that they are literally killing people. The Boulder City Council is literally killing people. Before Natalie died, I'd been through an entire year plus of hell because they didn't want to come forward and tell the truth. Now, here's the thing. You don't get to call me a hypocrite because the difference between these people and myself is that I told the truth about them while they slandered my name and hid behind others and had other people do their dirty work. So they could say, oh, it's not my fault. With all due respect, if people are punching me in the face because you fucking lied, yes, it is your fault. You are responsible for me getting punched in the face. If your lies are spread by the news, and Officer Waylon Lolatai tries to break my arm and my wrist because of that news, and the general public have assaulted me repeatedly because of that news. Yes, you, Alicia Bollinger, are responsible for all of the violence that I have had to endure because I did not ask for any of it. I did not stalk you. I did not rape you. I did not molest you, and I did not kill you. You, Alicia Bollinger, are responsible for all of these people and the evils that they have done. Is that passing the blame on to others? Absolutely not. When I was taught how to deal with bullies, I was in the system in Colorado. In the system. And they taught us, while we were in the system, techniques that do not work. What does going to the bully get you? It gets you treated like a stalker. They play victim. What does going to the authorities do? It gets you treated like you're an animal, like you're a pussy, as my dad puts it. What does going to your friends get you? I never wanted bad things to happen to Natalie Bollinger or to Alicia Bollinger. But I do want them to understand, and it's too late for Natalie, she's dead, because she already understood all too well. The rest of you have no clue. Yeah, John had his name slandered in the same way that mine was. But people are too afraid to assault him because he's huge. He could kill them on accident, and they know it. These police officers hide behind the blue line of bullshit. Police repeatedly broke the law for the people who harmed me. Police across the United States
took part in harassing me and intimidating me and making fun of me. Because I'm not a human being to your society. I'm not a human being to Black society. I'm not a human being to Native American society. I'm certainly not a human being to white society. I believe in equality. And if you having to go through the things that I have gone through is the only way for you to understand, yes, I absolutely hope that whatever it takes for you to understand, you have to go through. Whatever it takes for you to see homeless people as human beings, I hope you have to go through. It's different when you do what Darren O'Connor does, which is choose to go out for one night or maybe a week and sleep out there like a homeless person. Meanwhile, he's not going through all of the things that a homeless person has to go through. He's not stuck out there night after night. He has a home to go home to. He has family that will bail his ass out. What do I have? It's not hypocrisy. It's equality. I want bullies to know what it's like to be bullied. When I said I hope soldiers get a soldier gets punched in the throat on that post, there was a reason for it. Because what she had to say, what Tyler Frericks had to say in that post, hurt me that bad. Just seeing that out of someone that I love and care about, just seeing that hurt me that badly. But instead of trying to understand the perspective, him and his friends and his family ganged up on me. I want equality. I don't want equality just for me. That's not equality. I want equality for us, regardless of your gender, regardless of your race, because we are the human race, regardless of the color of your skin. You are a human being to me. But if you are going to victimize and bully others, I will bully you back. I will stand up for the people that you are bullying. Because going to the bullies and asking them to stop will get you bullied more. Going to an authority figure will get you bullied even more. Going to your friends, if they haven't gone through it, will get you bullied by your friends. I don't agree with any of these special rights groups, but I agree with what it is they're trying to do. I agree with what Black Lives Matters is trying to do, but they need to work together with Native Americans. They need to work together with white people. They need to work together with women's rights groups, because they're all trying to get the same thing. They're all bitching about equality and only trying to get special rights for the group that they identify with. I'm not gay. I'm not Black. I'm not Native American. I'm not a woman. And I still stand up for all of those people, because that is what equality means.
I'm harmed for being different. Because I have Tourette syndrome. I will automatically get treated like I am a junkie and therefore a criminal, no matter what. Because I'm a male, it's just assumed that I'm guilty no matter what. And the first thing people go for when they break the law and fucking harm you is, oh, he's mentally ill, he's mentally ill. Well, that was their excuse for not doing their jobs to begin with. And guess what? It's also what makes it a felony for them to not do their jobs in the way that they did.
Take the next line to First Street, Northwest Black.
Cutting me off from resources necessary to take care of myself. And then telling me to run around in circles and do a bunch of stuff that I'm not capable of doing for myself. That's pretty screwed up. They took away my fucking resources by committing goddamn felonies. And nobody gives a shit! Nobody cares! Nobody fucking cares! Nobody cares! Nobody cares that it's unfucking safe for me to goddamn drive. I have to fucking do so anyway. Nobody cares that I don't have the fucking money to keep running around in circles for no goddamn reason. If you're gonna help me, the least you could have done is not make empty fucking promises. I don't have any AC, but I'm sweating like a pig and I have a fan over here. People are dead because nobody would fucking listen to me. Nobody fucking cared. They still don't care. They still don't fucking care. This is not standard fucking bullying! My entire life was fucking raped away from me! I never fucking harmed any of these pieces of shit! You let them fucking hurt me over and over! I can't fucking take care of myself! You son of a bitch! There is no goddamn way! Disability money is not enough to fucking live on, let alone when you're spending it all, running around in goddamn circles! Help! God damn you! You fucking cowards! You fucking pieces of shit! You want your fucking rights? Hell no! None of you black people deserve rights! None of you white people deserve rights! None of you women deserve rights! None of you men deserve rights! Because you're all just gonna look the other way, while other people's rights are fucking raped from them! piece of shit that thought about me as a human being for one goddamn minute instead of being selfish. You don't fucking care though. You don't care who lives and who dies. You care about his entertainment. Having someone to bully you can't beat the shit out of you. On the bright side, everyone's going broke. Everywhere I go, cops don't care if you try to commit it against the homeless man. They just send him to mental health. They send him around in fucking circles. They deny us our rights as human beings and they lie to us about it. It's fucking hot here. I might actually pass out while driving. You don't stop to understand that when you're homeless, you're not treated like a person. You're not treated like a person by the hospital, not by the police. And then we got off this speech. And they want to post up a bunch of pictures of their retarded children. That's how they take these kids. As retarded. Who freak out and throw tantrums for no reason. And that's just not the case. We treat those of us who are high functioning like we're mentally retarded. We don't fucking like. Well, you say things like, oh, you're so smart. Your people are so smart. Yeah, well, we should stop being condescending and fucking listen. I guess it's the Firebird. In either event, he shouldn't have been up my ass. I think Psycho said best when he said, my man Angel Baby's dead and full. And then to the Tillamook National Forest, you guys are going to lose me for a minute. Porters. I'm the only one who is familiar with their fucking guide.
Every state that I go to, I get excuses. People think, oh, if I don't look at the evidence, then it means it didn't happen. Everybody's a goddamn pocket lawyer, ain't they? They say, I can't do this, I can't do that. I'm not a lawyer. I'm not coming to you as a lawyer. I'm coming to you because you're a mandated fucking reporter. I'm telling you about abuse because I'm going through abuse. I'm asking you to look at the fucking evidence of the abuse. I have it documented. I've had to document it on video and audio for 6 fucking goddamn years. And then I have people in a given state telling me the most ignorant goddamn bullshit, telling me they're mandated reporters. But then, of course, I record it. I also have the mandated reporter training videos and the pamphlets and all that other shit all buried. And they all bullshit me. They all fucking lie to me. That's why you need civilian oversight. That's why you need family to care. Because if you don't, then they triage your sorry ass right out the fucking door with goddamn laws or with goddamn lies. And then it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter that you're being fucking abused because nobody's going to listen to it. The mandated reporters don't want to do their job, so you must be the bad guy. The mandated reporters are either untrained or they're lying out their ass, and it turns out they're lying out their ass. I asked the woman at the church over here, I said, if your daughter was assaulted yesterday and she told you she was assaulted, how long would it take you to help her turn it in? According to her, it would already be done. When I go in about abuse with all sorts of overwhelming fucking goddamn evidence, I can't even get anyone to fucking look at it. I try explaining civilian oversight. I keep getting told to go to somewhere else. No, someone needs to take charge and understand and fucking speak up, goddammit. There needs to be civilian oversight. I have to just keep taking the abuse because I'm intelligent. I get abused until I can't function, and all I can do is speak, and because I can speak, I must be able to do all these things that I'm incapable of. I'm not an abusive asshole by nature. You fucking killed my friends, you son of a bitches. Mandated reporters did this by not doing their jobs. By repeatedly going out of their way to assist my predators and getting away with their fucking crimes. And mandated reporters nationwide fucking do this. When you're an at-risk and disabled adult, the laws are the same. They're the same as if a child is being abused. But then people want to pretend that they only watched the child abuse video and decided they didn't need to watch any of the rest of them. Or their boss said, oh, well, you know, I'll train you in what you're supposed to do. You don't have to watch the videos. It goes through the whole gamut. All of the stuff that I've been explaining to you is happening. There's a reason there are mandated fucking reporters. And then these mandated reporters, they keep reporting it to the wrong people, the wrong place. Why would you knowingly send me to my predators or their friends to turn this in? Why would you send me in alone knowing that I can't take care of myself or even pretend to defend myself? I'm victimized for trying to turn in crimes against me. Are you not getting this?
I'm blown off and fucking neglected, and they pretend that I am not disabled so they don't have to do their jobs. They send me on to someone else and someone else. How many mandated reporters do I have to go talk to? Oh, Jesus. And I need to get the fuck out of this park. That Titan from the other day that Molly was riding around in is parked right next to me. This is fucking wrong. So the lady I spoke with today at the church, she tells me she's a mandated reporter, and then she says things to let me know she's not. At least I hope she's not. She's been real nice to me, and I think it would suck if she ended up in jail for not doing her job as a mandated reporter. And that's the thing these people all forget when they get these jobs, is that you're still a mandated reporter, and that supersedes everything else. They're allowed to threaten, harass, and intimidate me, and that's not okay. So I get sent to all these mandated reporters who tell me I gotta go to this other mandated reporter who tells me I gotta go to this other mandated reporter, and finally I get sent around to who? The one motherfucker out of all of them who says she's not a mandated reporter. Are you fucking kidding me? How much money has been spent on fucking temporary goddamn band-aids because I am not capable of fucking taking care of myself because of financial abuse, because of physical abuse, because of psychological abuse for 6 years running, going to fucking mandated reporters, getting fucking blown off while they all lied to me. I just watched another mandated reporter video, folks, to see if the shit that lady was telling me was true. It's not. It's not true. She's a mandated reporter. She should know these things. She should have this training. The thing is, I need someone to look at the fucking evidence. God damn it, you're asking me to do a bunch of things I can't do by myself. There is bias and hatred towards the homeless to no fucking end. And every single mandated reporter holds it. The mandated reporter videos speaks about why these things go unreported. And I've been telling you these things. I've been showing you that these things are happening in my life and in my situation. Things like mandated reporters having to be afraid of losing their jobs or being retaliated against, or the victim themselves being retaliated against, and god damn it, I am being retaliated against. What the fuck? Mandated reporter after mandated reporter fucking blowing me off. It's illegal for them to blow me off like this. And they said, you want me to call the cops for you? The cops are my fucking predators in this goddamn town. They have already repeatedly allowed my fucking predators to get away with abusing me over and fucking over again until I am a nervous fucking wreck. All I wanted before Natalie was killed is for her friends to leave me the fuck alone so I could go see my loved ones.
so I could go see the only positive people in my fucking life. Because going to see Brenda Dickens, holy shit, that's not positive, it's fucking gossip. Going to Laura Nelson is not positive, it's fucking gossip. She doesn't gossip at me anymore. She knows better. Every Nebraskan is a mandated reporter, every single one of them. If they refuse to look at the evidence, then it means that they're fine, they didn't do anything wrong. I told Dallas repeatedly about the abuse that I was enduring. He was there for abuse that I was enduring. Yet he said nothing, he did nothing. Same with Megan Mistigatis. It is not okay that I am forced into this situation because mandated reporters won't do their fucking job for a homeless man. If you don't look, it means it didn't happen, right? At least I got a bunch of gas. Look at all that gas. All of these mandated reporters refuse to do their jobs, every single one of them. When mandated reporters refuse to do their jobs, this is the outcome. These people aren't even wanting to call the right places. It's like they didn't pay any attention to their mandated reporter training, but how could they if they never had any? All these folks telling me they're mandated reporters, but the evidence shows they're not doing it. Are the cops gonna fine these mandated reporters for not helping to turn those cops in? I've repeatedly been threatened, harassed, intimidated, and incarcerated for trying to turn in my predators. I've been forced to break the law to try to get this evidence seen. I have repeatedly gone into all of the places that I was told to go to only to be ignored, blown off, or Jesus fucking Christ, help me with this shit. We could have avoided the threats, harassment, and intimidation by DHS, by the police, and by many other agencies simply by somebody actually caring enough to go in with me and fucking speaking up. It's only wrong if I do it. It's okay for you to do these things to disabled people. It is perfectly fine if nobody fucking cares. If the only people that they have to go to for help are people like Ariana. Of course, we got people on here harassing me still. Because when they tell me to get off the internet, like, it's me speaking out that's the fucking problem. We know what to do, though. How to use her on this channel. So then I got evidence of this fucking harassment. I'm trying to get help. The only reason that I am here on this channel is to get help. Not just for me, but for the other fucking victims of this. Mandated reporters are not doing their jobs. Any excuse to look the other way. No matter what. And I got these fucking wannabe Christians keep getting on here and fucking harassing me. Making fake profile after fake profile, just like they were doing before Natalie was killed. One fake fucking profile after another fucking harassing me. I try to turn it in and I get fucking blown off. These are mandated fucking reporters. Then there's the fact that, oh, we got the fucking candy-ass pussies like Zayd Atkinson. He gets one fucking issue with the goddamn cops in Boulder. And oh my God, they're horrible to black people in Boulder. They're horrible to black people in Boulder. No, the fuck they're not. Meanwhile, I've been abused for 6 years fucking straight. Not one of my goddamn friends looked at the fucking evidence. Not one of my goddamn family members looked at the fucking evidence. I tried to fucking show them if they fucking cared, they would look it up on their own. But they didn't care. Just like you and everybody else in the fucking country, you will not follow the law. You will abuse the victim! You say how fucking wrong it is! Don't tell me! Tell the public! Speak up! If you're not telling those things to the fucking police, if you're not trying to fucking help me to turn that shit in, you're a fucking piece of shit. And if you contact me without any intention of helping me to turn that in, you need to just go the fuck away. But it's fine, isn't it? We got these fucking assholes here fucking pulling this goddamn bullshit. I am trying to get help. And you guys want to talk about fucking Christians being good people? You're out of your goddamn mind, you fucking pieces of shit. Oh, now we got some racists on here typing shit. This guy calls himself, you look like George Floyd. Why don't we fucking hide this user on this channel too, huh? How's that fucking feel? There we go. There we go. More fucking harassment, huh? Stop! Stop! Fucking stop! 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 Non-stop! I have to deal with this shit! I have to deal with it in real fucking life! I am tired of being fucking threatened, harassed, and fucking intimidated! I am tired of being abused and screaming at the top of my goddamn lungs in public! You know what it's like to be victimized everywhere you go? For mandated reporters to ignore abuse against you! It sucks! This is the Seventh-day Adventist Church.
Have a good day.
I'm not having a good day. I'm getting harassed again.
Where at? At the park?
No, ma'am, right now on the internet because I'm speaking out about abuse that I'm taking in real life. They got this guy called Bill Jensen, likes to pretend like he's a Christian. They've been harassing me since Natalie was shot in the head. I've gone to every mandated reporter I can. I just got finished watching another mandated reporter video. Everybody in this state who is a mandated reporter needs trained. I can't just keep taking this abuse because people don't know what their jobs are.
I only know what my job is, and it is that part. I'm turn off the internet where that's where you're getting harassed.
No. I'm getting harassed on the internet because I have to go to the internet to ask for help about abuse in person. That abuse yesterday actually happened. It is recorded on my YouTube channel. But I can't turn it in myself. I will get threatened, harassed, or intimidated by the cops because I'm a homeless male.
I don't think it should matter that you're a homeless.
It shouldn't matter, but it does if nobody goes in.
Who to help you except for the counselors or the care or
All the places I've been already. They're all mandated reporters, but they're not doing their jobs.
all I can do is keep you in my prayers.
It's a very Christian thing to do, but that other help is more help than your prayers, and I'm thankful for that.
Have a good meal.
We got a bunch of fake goddamn pieces of shit. Fake goddamn profile after fake goddamn profile. Fucking 6 goddamn years. You get to hear that. I guess I get to stop in the middle of the fucking road. Oh, good. They didn't stop. See, they always want to make that advice if I should, of course, just get off the internet. I'm being abused in real life, you pieces of shit. Everybody got that fucking abuse, don't they? They don't want to stop to understand how being fucking targeted on the goddamn internet. But none of them fucking listen. You got to hear that lady? Oh, you know, fuck you. Fuck you. Doesn't matter how goddamn nice you are, that's blowing the fucking victim off. That is making fucking excuses. That is putting it on the victim as if it is my fault that people are abusing me because I'm speaking out. That is not okay. It is not okay that we have at-risk adults out here being abused by the police, by mandated reporters, and by schizophrenics. You want to tell me that guy running up to me yesterday? You want to tell me that that's not something that I need to fucking be afraid of? Especially when that man has a history of doing that. And nobody did a thing. Did they bother to speak to him? No, they told me no fighting. I am the fucking victim, god damn it. It's fine though, isn't it? It's fucking fine. You fucking pieces of shit. Every goddamn one of you. There ain't no fucking good people in this world. Jesus fucking goddamn Christ. Don't fucking tell me about what a wonderful fucking person you are. Don't fucking do it. You're a piece of shit. Every goddamn one of you. I've gone through fucking years of this hell. But it's fine, isn't it? It's fine. It's fucking fine. See, we got another one of these fucking cunts. Just one fucking account after another. Here's the thing. Natalie Bollinger wasn't the fucking victim. I was. Nobody fucking stalked Natalie Bollinger. Her and her fucking friends stalked me. And you guys need to stop fucking harassing me! You need to fucking stop! You need to fucking stop! 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 Yeah, sure, go to a mandated fucking reporter. What the fuck are they gonna do, huh? What the fuck is a mandated reporter gonna do? Lie! That's all they're gonna fucking do! Any lie so they don't have to do their goddamn job! Fuck all of you goddamn pieces of shit. Every fucking one of you. Fuck your God. You don't have one. There is no such fucking thing. You guys are being fucking bitches and fucking evil goddamn cunt rags in the name of a fucking imaginary goddamn creature. Oh, and by the way, the Bible doesn't tell you to go fucking harassing people. It doesn't tell you to go fucking harming innocent fucking people. This is not okay! In the face by a bunch of wind. Dumbass thought that I should bend down and tie my shoe, which my shoe's tied. Unfortunately, I got a whole face full of dust. I gotta drive to go see Tom to pick him up. I was gonna say I'm not gonna do that until I can see again, but I was able to see well enough to type this up, and well, my vehicle runs. I just gotta use the bathroom and I'll be on the road. At least I can see again, but damn, getting sandblasted in the eyeballs don't feel good. Good to be rid of you. Thanks for coming to visit. Stay out of trouble or don't get caught. Remember, you are your brother's keeper and no victim left behind.
Hi, my name is Julia Singer. I go by Mandy. I've known Sean since 2014 when I met him on the streets of Boulder. And I have decided to help him out in getting everything put together and from my objective perspective to see what exactly was going on. When he first reached out to me in 2017 to help him with a live post he had made in reference to a friend with a missing child, which happened to be posted on the same day that Natalie Bollinger went missing, I was unable to help him. And it took me several years for my own reasons in my life, which I'm not about. It took me a couple of years to be able to be in a position where I could help him and actually figure out what was going on from my own perspective. That live video he made in December of 2017 was about me. It was when my oldest son went missing and we could not locate him. We did not know where he was. And as a mother, I was terrified of the numerous possibilities that could have been happening to him. So when I realized, like, very recently, the amount of harassment and assault that Sean had received because of that post about me, I know that, excuse me a minute, I had to set the record straight and tell the truth. And that is what I am here to do, is to tell the truth. Since then, I have gone through the internet and looked at podcasts. I have looked at the evidence of those podcasts. I have also gone through and looked at the screenshots and evidence of the relationship between Natalie Bollinger and Sean. And if anybody really stops to take the time and read that information, rather than refusing to look at what is being provided, then you are part of the problem and not willing to find a solution. Because this is not about Natalie Bollinger and her very tragic death. This is about a relationship Sean had with a young woman and the end result, which ended up in him being framed and harassed and assaulted around her disappearance and her death. I cannot call it a murder, but it is an unfortunate way that she chose to die. Never once did Sean reach out and harass Natalie. Never once, from what I have seen, did he contact her in an obsessive manner, in an unwelcomed manner. Never once did he insinuate there was more to the relationship than friendship. He never asked for more. He never tried to be the friend in the friend zone like men like to do, hoping and waiting in the wings to get more. He was a genuine friend to me. And during the course of their relationship, feelings developed, and that happened. For closed-minded people who can't understand the complexity of human emotions and they only see them in black and white terms, those people being, oh, men and women can't be friends without sex being involved, those people, they can't grasp the complexities of what that emotional relationship became during their friendship. So they loved each other. They loved each other very, very much. And I feel sorry for everybody who is so jealous about the kind of love that was pure friendship and not in any way meant to hurt each other. When Natalie invited Sean to come see her in Virginia, and she repeatedly kept asking him, are you on your way? Please come. I need you. Never once did she say, don't come. The only time she mentioned don't anything was as he was getting to Virginia and he said, I don't know where to meet you. And she said, don't come to my family's home. They are introverts and they are not good with new people. That is not saying don't come visit me. That is saying this particular area of where you're coming, you can't be here. And he respected that. When the incident in front of her house in Virginia happened, he was never arrested. So her last Facebook post where she said he was arrested, there is no receipts for that. None whatsoever. And the fact that people want to focus on a Facebook page made by a very disturbed young woman who was dealing with a lot of demons and trying in some way to get herself disentangled from her family and what they were doing to her by attacking somebody who was there as a safety net and a safe person, somebody there who was there to help her get out of the mess she was in. Her family was trying to put her in prison. And that is something she said in her messages to Sean. That does not show a young woman who is being stalked by an older man. That does not show an older man creeping on her and getting mad because he's not getting the payback he feels he should for the attention he gave her. Never once have I seen that in these messages and in the documentation I've been reviewing. Never once. When people see that, that makes me wonder about their own darkness inside of them to make something up that isn't there. That is concerning for those people. Not good. Sean was given a phone that did not work, and he was having problems with it malfunctioning. That is not a lie. Any kind of smartphone that has damage on the screen and it affects the digitizer can result in all sorts of problems. It can make phone calls on its own. It can do web searches on its own. It can send messages on its own. And that is after being friends the entire year, suddenly he starts harassing them? No, that doesn't happen. The behavior they accused him of never showed up before. And after that incident in Virginia, where he was not arrested, he was hospitalized. His car was malfunctioning and broken down, and the police had to remove it. He could not get it out of the road. He was laying on his horn so that other people coming down a highway would hear it and not hit him or hit his car. It was a safety concern. And if you can't see that, I don't know what to tell you, dude. Your brain is broken. I would do the exact same thing. I have been in that situation where my phone malfunctioned and it sent text messages. I had a phone calling people and leaving voicemails of my conversations in the background. It happens. And it was up to me to get the phone turned off and go to the person and talk in person about the situation. The girls' reaction, being fueled by their family's input of judging Sean or filling their heads full of shameful ideas, which weren't true, is what happened. Sean was never given the opportunity to talk to the girls and explain what exactly happened in a manner where everybody was calm and able to talk. Everybody was in their emotions. I am quite sure from what I have read and what I have seen that a 19-year-old girl being manipulated by her family. What do you do? Now, I do know Sean left. He didn't contact them again. And when he did contact them, or he contacted Natalie a month after he left Virginia, he told her, I am safe. This is what's happening. I went to Boulder. These things are being said about me. I need you to set the record straight. She blocked him. What would you do if somebody was calling you names, if somebody was accusing you of things and you were being harassed, you were being assaulted, if suddenly you went home and your family members started attacking you with false information? You would want the record set straight. You would go to the person who started it. That is what he did. That is a normal, logical thing that a person does. When Natalie went missing, that was of her own accord. Sean had nothing to do with it. But he has been harassed, he has been assaulted, and he was set up. And I have seen the comments of people still recently saying, oh, you killed her. I know you killed her. And that's not what happened. He wasn't even aware that she was in Colorado. I've seen the messages where on December 15th, she messaged him. And she said, this is Natalie. I don't want to text. I don't want to talk. I want to meet. I want us to stop fighting. I want all the crazy to go away. Can we meet? They set up a time and place to meet. She never showed up. Who showed up was a police officer serving a protective order. This is my big what the fuck thing about it. When you take out a temporary protection order, or what they call a TRO, it's a temporary restraining order, and you go through whether it's domestic violence advocacy or straight to the courthouse and you fill out all that paperwork, and then you go before the judge that moment or as soon as they can get you in, the judge looks over everything, decides whether or not it's valid enough, and then they give you a temporary restraining order. And they tell you, do not contact the other party. If the other party contacts you before you get them served with the TRO, Do not respond. If you do, it will negate the TRO. Let that sink in for a moment. Got a temporary restraining order. You have 2 weeks to serve it. 2 weeks. And have a hearing for the permanent restraining order, the PRO. In order to get it served, you can use the sheriff's department or an uninvolved third party, meaning not your parents, not your siblings, not your friends, somebody who's not attached to either person. You do not message the person, tell them you want to talk things out, set up a time and a place, lie to them to tell them you're on the way to meet them, and instead have a police officer show up to serve the order. That is not the legal way that it works, period. That is the first big sign that something wasn't right. Let that sink in. That was on December 15th that she contacted him of 2017. On December 16th, she was supposed to meet with him. If you web sleuths, go and Google Natalie Bollinger and Tim Beeson's text messages, the exact same day that she is messaging Sean saying, please meet me. And she's trying to meet him in Boulder on Pearl Street where he's already been assaulted. And he's telling her, no, meet me somewhere else. And she agrees to it, but she's turning around and telling Tim Beeson, I'm afraid for my life. If I go missing at Sean, he would tie me up in a basement. Which side is true? When I had my temporary restraining order going into a permanent restraining order, I did not contact the other person. Tell them I wanted to meet with them to have them served. I was genuinely afraid for my safety. So I left it up to the authorities to serve the person or peoples involved with the temporary restraining order. I know when a person is served with a temporary restraining order by a police officer, they serve them and then they say, you need to be at court by this date. This is when your permanent restraining order hearing is. That wasn't done in this case. They did not do that. Regardless, I would not be contacting somebody I am afraid of to set them up to have the police serve them. I just wouldn't be doing that. So not only that, it's not legal. That's a big one. It's not legal. And to tell somebody you're afraid of that person, I mean, somebody's playing games there. I know she's dead. Dead people can't defend themselves, but the hard proof can. There's some contradiction there. They had a friendship and they had a deep love for each other. That was not sexual. It was not going down that level. And there was a misunderstanding and a falling out with her mother and her family. And then by the time he got back to Boulder, he was already being accused of being a stalker, which he is not, accused of being a child predator, which he is not. All of these things were done without proof. And when he went to the person who started it and said, please stop this, please set the record straight, she refused. That's not okay. It is not okay to do that. But I also understand that it's hard at 19 years old to admit that you've done something like that. I know when I did something like that at a very young age in my early 20s, it was hard to own that. It was hard to face the man whose life I had ruined with false accusations and ask for his forgiveness. It was very, very hard. And still to this day, it's not something I'm proud of, but we have to own our mistakes, and Natalie could not do that. As I said, I've known Sean since 2014. He has never once harassed me. He's never once stalked me when he reached out for me to help him and I was unable to. He didn't call hundreds of times or text hundreds of times or blow up my email box. He respected the situation in my life and gave me that space. I am horrified that there are people still posting up saying, he's a psycho. Why isn't he in prison? We need to shut him down. We need to get him locked up. All that you are doing is feeding the hype. All you're doing is feeding the mob mentality with misinformation and victimizing an adult, an adult who is on the spectrum. I don't even like using the word disabled because then you small-minded people think disabled means less than human, therefore doesn't deserve to be treated like a human. And it's really sad. This is a very kind man. I have never, in all my time on the streets, being around him in the same vicinity, as well as everybody else I personally know still from those streets, they say the same thing. And if you want me to come around with receipts, I can do it. I'm not going to do it on this live because I need to first get the permission of other people to say, hey, do you mind telling me this? Sean was not known as a predator. He was not known as a perpetrator. He was the safest place to be. The first time I met him, I asked him for a cigarette, and he did not smoke at that time, and he said no, and I thought he was an asshole. And I turned to the person next to me, and he said, no, he's good people. He's solid. And I've never seen anything else but that. And I think it's really sad how everybody has taken this and just fed their own twisted agenda, disabled adult, for your own amusement. What he is trying to do is to stop the harassment. The fact that it has been 4 years and people are still harassing him, verbally assaulting him online, calling him a predator, calling him a perpetrator, calling him psycho, is very, very disturbing and very, very concerning that these are adults behaving in this manner. Sean has admitted everything he has done that is questionable. He's admitted when his behavior was not appropriate or may have been a little over the top. But I want one person to tell me when they have been threatened and pushed into a corner if they did not react in the same manner. If I'm put into a corner long enough and hard enough, I'm definitely going to react. And I'm going to react in a manner of yelling, trying to be heard, pushing back in nature. And to say it isn't, there's a problem. There's a problem with that person saying that. I do know coming forward and what I have seen so far and what I have learned so far and being public about it is putting me on the radar for these trolls, for these people to harass me and for them to threaten me. But I'm not afraid. If y'all want to go if y'all want to go digging in my past to see what secrets you can find, I don't care. Because I don't have anything I'm ashamed of. I don't have anything that isn't public knowledge. I live a very transparent life. And most of all, I have a very solid support system. I have people that will vouch for my integrity, vouch for who I am as a person. So 100,000 people could come against me, but it's going to be proven untrue each and every time. And honestly, I don't really care what people want to bring up about my past or bring up about me or the accusations they make, because if I get the whole little fucking crowd mentality and I'm getting bullied by a crowd, it's called gang stalking. Yeah, it's called gang stalking, and it's a federal crime. Harassing a disabled adult is a federal crime. I do really wish people would stop, get rid of all their little ideas from all of these web sleuths, all of these people who are making diagnoses about him without the proof, to stop and listen. Sean is not schizophrenic. And he has proof from a mental health provider who is qualified to make that diagnosis that states you are not schizophrenic. He is not psychotic. He is not sociopathic at all. For all of you people who are running with your assumptions and calling him these misdiagnosed terms, you're showing your ignorance in the realm of mental health. Well, he's acting this way. That must be what it is. Do your research before you start speaking. It's really, really, sorry. I kind of find it amusing when adults blurt out of their mouth things that they haven't done the research on. And what's more amusing is when I have the proof right in front of me and they just still want to continue in their stupidity. That means you're brainwashed. And it's really, really sad. Yes, Sean gets emotional. He gets loud. He's called people names. He's screamed. He's tried over and over to get justice for himself, to be able to live his life where he is not being harassed and trolled constantly, not only online, but in person. And he's owed that. If you guys want this to stop, like seriously, for everybody out there who's like, oh my God, it's been 4 years. He needs to stop this. He's still stalking a dead girl. This is what you need to do. And if you do have to engage, make sure you have the receipts to back it up. And when I say that, if you're going to say, well, Natalie posted up on her page that da-da-da-da-da, which we all know what it is. Where's the proof of that? There is no proof at all. Period. Yes, she's dead. Yes, she said that. And then 2 days later, she broke a temporary restraining order to contact him, to arrange to meet him, to set him up, to have him served with that temporary restraining order, acting like she wants to make peace. I'm tired of us fighting. I want us to stop fighting. I want the crazy to stop. That's what she said. She wanted to talk in person. So she broke a TRO, set him up, rather than just letting the authorities do their jobs, all the while telling somebody else who has a history of having physically abused her, who had kept her, the relationship between her and Tim Beeson was abusive. And there are messages where she says that. So she turns to this person to play him for whatever reason. All the while that she is doing this, she's got Craigslist ads up. She's looking for somebody to kill her. I feel very heartbroken that this young woman felt that that was the only way for her to go. I feel very heartbroken that nobody was willing to step up and offer her protection. And the one person who was willing to help her, she attacked and turned on. Where was her parents in this? Yes, they were pissed off because it was disclosed after a year of harassment and a year of being assaulted for false accusations and lies, that he showed documentation that Natalie had stated what her dad had done to her, what her childhood was like. There may be a question. Okay, there is a question. If I come to you and tell you, oh, well, Daddy has been selling me to his drug dealer and making me pay off his debts, and then I was forced to go down and sell drugs to the homeless people, and then I would get drugged and assaulted, and Mommy wasn't much better because she looked the other way when stepdad, who should have never been around us because of his violence, she still let him around. And I told that to you because you were my friend and I needed somebody to talk to. And there was an expectation of privacy in that conversation. And then you turned around and told other people, or you confronted those people and you said, listen, I know what you're doing and it is not okay. Yes, I would be upset. That happened to me. I have lived that situation. I did go to somebody I loved and trusted And I told them what happened. And they confronted my abuser. And when that happened, instead of standing by the person trying to help me, I did what Natalie did, and I turned on the person trying to help me, and I took the side of my abuser. That happens in situations where you have a child who has been groomed and a child who has been abused by the parental figures in their life. So yes, she had questionable behaviors, but she set a grown man up. After she died and it was discovered that she had taken out a Craigslist ad to have somebody kill her, you guys didn't stop. Okay, we're done. We've seen the messages between Natalie and Sean. We understand that they had a friendship. We understand when he went to Virginia that he was invited. We understand everything. We see the conversations, and we can now see that she posted up about him being her stalker, just her words, no proof. A screenshot of a fake Facebook profile where he admitted in that screenshot that that was him. That's not proof of stalking, okay? That's just proof he had made up a alternative Facebook profile. And it says right at the bottom why he did it. Doesn't prove anything. It just shows his face so that people knew what he looked like with her accusations, which again, where are the receipts? Well, wait, she got a TRO. Anybody can get a TRO. And if the person who you are getting a TRO against does not show up in court, you are automatically granted the permanent restraining order, no questions asked. It is only when the person who you have served the TRO against shows up in court that then there is a burden of proof. And you must provide receipts or you must provide documentation. Hey, this is what they're doing to me. And the other person's like, actually, no, this is what's happening. Sean never got that chance. That was not something he was made aware of. And I have seen the documentation on that. Because I take the time before sticking my nose in something and talking out my neck hole to make sure my facts are correct. And every person who has tried to negate what I'm saying has yet to provide proof other than, well, just look at his page. Okay, I have. Yes, he's angry sometimes. Yes, he's heated. Yes, he's loud. Yes, he looks a little bit, I don't even like to use the word that people want to use because you guys going to focus on that one word and not the rest of my message. He's distraught and he's upset. And anybody on the spectrum does not react like other people. The fact that he is showing so much emotion and really looked at it. Like I said, I am heartbroken that Natalie went to this level, but it was not Sean's fault. He did not force her to do that. He continued to offer her support and love even after she had gone ahead and told lies to people. Told them, I don't even know what she told them because, again, there is no documentation as to what she said. Nobody who is like, oh, well, she said this or she texted me that. Nobody's been able to prove that. Nobody's shown screenshots on that. It's all just their word. And every time somebody says those words, Sean is able to provide proof that shows what happened in that situation. I really feel, no, I'm not going to say I feel. I know for a fact that this gang stalking and this gang attacking mentality towards Sean, it needs to stop. Period. It has to stop, and everybody needs to look at the facts. This is not about Natalie's death anymore because that's done and over with. That's been 4 years ago. She took out a Craigslist ad. She had her ex-boyfriend's gun. She had Joseph, can't remember his last name because there's a couple Josephs in this story, Lopez, shoot her in the back of the head. I've heard about his testimony and what he said on his affidavit. That's done and over with. So this isn't about her death. This is about how her actions led up to, you guys do not want to stop your gang mentality and either leave them the fuck alone or learn what the truth is. Before I end this, I'm going to let you know, my allergies are acting up. I'm going to let you know that I don't have a personal gain in this. I have no financial gain. It is the right thing to do. And if I saw at any moment, if I saw documentation showing that Sean was indeed calling and texting hundreds of times and sending her emails nearly every day and making numerous fake accounts so that she would have to block him again, then by all means, I would be willing to reevaluate my stance on this, and I would speak out about it because it's about the truth. And is an invitation to people, please show evidence that speaks against what Sean has shown. It's unfortunate a young woman is dead, and it's unfortunate that she put up a Facebook post attacking another person and saying if something happened to her, it was his fault to Tim Beeson. That's really sad, but it doesn't make it true. Thank you.
All right, this is a high quality camera. I suppose I should look at the camera. Hi. We're gonna take a look at some of this. We'll put William Barr in here too. I talked to Rick Martindale yesterday. I went and knocked on his door. Well, I went and was going up his steps. They're not easy to go up. There's no handrail. Pam saw me and she said, "What are you doing here?" I said, "I'm here to see Rick." Rick came outside and I said, "Rick, the screwed up stuff that Will Barr did, it's not your fault. And I probably shouldn't take it out on your whole family because your whole family aren't the ones who did it." I showed him my recording device. I explained to him how it works and also explained to him that it was off and that I was not going to record it. However, let's show you a picture of William Barr. This is oh god, this thing is a pain in the butt. Give me a second, I'll get it working. Oh, my phone is almost dead. I'm supposed to call it Caledonian. On the bright side, it's better than having to deal with them filthy bertonculi. Most of you don't know what the hell either one of those two words are, do you? Of course not. Most of you are uneducated buffoons who listen to fucking morons. You do what fucking idiots tell you to do. Because you're a bigger fucking idiot than they are. Government corruption is our issue. It's not black people. It's not white people. It's the cowardice of the American public. Through all of this, every fucking cunt I know, all these people who, whenever they needed help, I was always the one they went to. You know why? Because everybody else makes fucking excuses. People who are alive today because I spoke up when it mattered.
threw me away like trash. They're alive because of my fucking mouth. Like John Fox. John Fox would be dead today if it wasn't for me speaking up. Ogre, that's Christopher Weaver. He'd be dead today if I hadn't spoken up. Why did I have to speak up? I didn't have to speak up. I could have let John Fox get killed for a crime that he didn't commit. I could have let Ogre get killed for a crime that he didn't fucking commit. All I ask these people to do is be fucking honest. Tell the goddamn truth. Well, I don't understand why it's important, John. Why do I have to be the one to come forward? Bitch. You're a goddamn witness, you fucking piece of shit. Through all of this, I already knew what I was going to have to deal with. I already knew the people were going to call me family. And then when it come down to keeping their word, they were going to use their families as an excuse not to. Was I right? Yeah, I'm right about most shit. That's why it's important for a corrupt government to paint me as mentally ill. See, the police didn't have to do their jobs. They're under no obligation to do so. They get paid either way. Matter of fact, they get paid more if they hunt the homeless like Boulder police. I get to hear about how these are black issues, black issues, black issues. Oh, I don't understand, bitch. You are not going to find a minority in house that's more victimized than the American homeless. That's plain and fucking simple. Then there's also the term mentally ill. When they call you mentally ill, they automatically strip you of all of your rights. You are no longer a human being according to the United States Constitution because you are not entitled to the Constitution. Yet you are expected to contribute to this country despite the fact that you have no rights. What I'm going to do right now is plug in my goddamn phone into my goddamn computer and hope that it doesn't start downloading some goddamn bullshit. Through all of this, it's been a goddamn popularity contest. Those of you who want to be pissed off that I say goddamn, I don't give a holy fucking goddamn. The people who did the most fucked up shit all pretended to be Christian. Of course, most Christians are like that. So I suppose they are real Christians. Kind of like most Nazis would put a bullet in my head if they could. I don't have enough Aryan qualities. Of course, I'm also smarter than probably every Nazi that ever existed. You really got to be a fucking idiot to follow that shit. And here in the United States, we got the majority of the population doing the same goddamn thing. We the people. Yeah, that's what this is supposed to be about. We the people. Government corruption is not a black issue. See, now we're combining shit. But we're ignoring most of the victims by doing that. By pretending that government corruption is, specifically after black people. No, most of the black people incarcerated were incarcerated for being homeless. You don't have to break the law if you're fucking homeless. Do you not realize how much money you, the taxpayers, spend to make sure that the homeless continue to be victimized? That's what you're spending your money on. Homeless people cannot get up and out. You're not going to earn enough money as a homeless person to get unhomeless by your fucking self. Meanwhile, what do literally all of these people who promised to help and didn't keep their words, what do they all have in common? All of them have family. I don't. I got a whole bunch of predators that I'm related to that only talk to me when they want something. I was made a target for trying to get help stopping the abuse that I was enduring. I went to all of the places that you guys tell me to go to today. Did you try going to this place? Did you try going to that place? Try therapy. Holy fucking shit. I had 3 therapists before Natalie was fucking killed. Nicole Peralta, Nicole Gerald, and Jeff fucking Ritter. Had 3 different caseworkers too that were supposed to help me out. There was Tamara, who did help me out. Then there's Ashley, who was supposed to take over for Tamara. Took him over a month and a half to even let me know that that lady existed. And by that time, I'd already had it set up to move to Colorado. All of these people get to see their loved ones, and I don't. You know who I'm stuck with? Mostly alcoholics. This is Chapel fucking Nebraska. People like to get drunk, beat their wives, and fuck their own kids. I don't belong here. What the fuck do I have in common with these people? Not a goddamn thing. The fact is, the way that the police treat the homeless, y'all don't give a fuck. You don't. You're going to turn it into a racist issue and pretend that it's just a racist issue, and the rest of us need to shut the fuck up. With all due respect, you need to shut the fuck up. That's equal treatment. Women need to shut the fuck up. That's equal treatment too. Telling the other victims that they need to shut up. Telling male victims of rape, this is a female issue. No, the fuck it's not. Is it just black people being railroaded by the fucking courts? No. We got millions of children in America getting. I'm gonna try to call this guy up. We'll see if he's answering. You know, there's a guy in town who's highly intelligent. One point in time, he was my best friend. But he got fucked up on meth. Couldn't stay off of that shit.
Now he doesn't do that stuff. He just gets drunk all the goddamn time and goes on repeat. A life without love isn't worth living. If people only love you when they're drunk and bored, they don't love you. If they only love you when they're fucked up on meth and want to fuck, they don't love you. What did I get for being a good man? I got victimized. Anybody can do that at any point in time. Just call me mentally ill, and anything they fucking do is fine. Meanwhile, all these people who made these empty promises, the longer it took for them to keep their fucking word, the more abuse I had to endure. While they're telling me you just need to let it go. Bitch, you get to see your family. Bitch, you get to see your loved ones. You want to judge me because I want my life to fucking end? You're out of your goddamn mind. From the very beginning, I said, help me or kill me. There is no fucking in between. I need help in person. It doesn't matter if you guys send me all sorts of electronic shit I don't know how to use. It doesn't matter if you send me a little extra money during the month. None of it matters unless you are willing to look at evidence and fight for my rights. You fighting for my rights, you're not just fighting for my rights. You're fighting for our rights. Human rights, not special rights. Only for one group who wants to pretend that they're the most marginalized and the most victimized. But they're not even close. They're barely in the top 10. The top 5 most victimized people in America. Doesn't have a color assigned to it. First of all, we got foster kids. Those are the most victimized people in America. They have no rights. They're kids. You can do whatever the fuck you want to them. You take them away from their parents. You put them in an institution. You put them on whole shit tons of fucking drugs. Please kill me. I'm for assisted suicide. Every one of these goddamn pieces of shit who fucking lied to me, didn't keep their word, and then wanted to play victim. When I had to post it publicly. When I had to record those phone calls because of things that they had been telling me over and over and over again. Did they actually go to the police like they claimed? Or did they fucking lie to me? Were they manipulating me? Like the people in your family. Fuck all of you for not fucking killing me. I'll be right back.
We got a lot of people trying to pretend that every goddamn thing is a race crime. Every goddamn thing. That's fucked. By the way, I'm an asshole to both sides. There was a man today, he's cousins with a guy named Stretch. Me to draw some pictures for him. But he wanted to see some of my artwork first. So I showed him a picture of Samuel L. Jackson. I drew that picture for Natalie Bollinger in 2016 as a thank you for saving my life. She should have fucking killed me. If you're gonna destroy a man's life like that, just fucking kill him, alright? Don't go fucking spreading lies about him just because you're on fucking drugs. Meanwhile, all these people promised to help me over and over and over again whenever it came down to, well, it's the day that you said you'd help me. Oh, you can't? There's always something that comes up. You're a fucking web sleuth. You're a fucking internet goddamn nut job. Not one media outlet cared what I had to say. Not one police officer cared what I had to say. Actually, those police officers did care what I had to say. Otherwise, they wouldn't have spent so much time and effort and your tax dollars to prevent me from showing that in court. These things are highly fucking illegal. And there's a paper trail miles long. The police policies are illegal and immoral. Police across the United States deserve to be hung from trees. What we ought to be doing, especially over on the East Coast, we should start at Charlotte, North Carolina. Why? Why is that? Because that's where it started. That's where we went from owning black people, apparently, and although my nation at the time that the Civil War started was not America. So far as the story was relayed to me, it was two German brothers got off of a boat. They were handed rifles and uniforms and told, congratulations, you're Americans, now go shoot some Southerners. Did you know that less than 1% of the Southern population were slave owners? Did you know that there were over 4 million slaves at the time? Did you know that the 13th Amendment makes slavery illegal for everyone, regardless of skin color? All you have to do is be found guilty of a crime. So, the South imposed Roman rental agreements, which prevents people from owning property. They introduced the grandfather clause, saying that you could not vote unless your grandfather owned land. And of course, we get our very first anti-homeless laws. You take 4 million slaves, and you have to free them because you lost the war. So they hung a bunch of them.
and telephone poles, telegraph poles, sorry, starting in Charlotte, North Carolina. That's what we need to do to the police. That's what we need to do to the congressmen. That's what we need to do to the Senate. These people have no connection with any of us. They have connections with rich pedophiles like Epstein. Meanwhile, we got Boulder Police Department heavily involved in human trafficking, slave labor, and of course the child sex trade, quite rampant. We've also got racial breeding going on there. What's that? Well, that's where we got a rich Nazi descendant. One's a blonde-haired, blue-eyed girl under the age of 6. So the Boulder Police Department, happy to oblige. They'll go steal a blonde-haired, blue-eyed girl under the age of 6 from some broke person. You want to talk about being victimized? You want to talk about being marginalized? Those kids are fuck toys. Jesus fucking Christ. You want to feel bad for Centoya Brown? So do I. But I also feel really good for her because she is free now. Those of you who say this is what we should do to pedophiles, do it. Don't talk about it, be about it. You want to tell me a story about how tough you are? I don't want to fucking hear it. I don't give a holy fucking goddamn how tough you think you are. Now, if you're 5'6", you get attacked by 6 police officers and you fuck up all 6 police officers, you don't need to brag. You don't need to talk about how tough you are. The police are killing my people. My people, well, that would happen to be the people that are in my categories. Let's start off with foster children. Am I a foster children? No, I used to be one. So we will put that one down. All right, now, number 2 on the list, former foster kids. Yep, I fit that category. That's number 2 most victimized in America. Number 3, the homeless. I was made homeless by Natalie's death. My predators used her death as an excuse for the terrible things that they did, to justify the terrible things that they did. The mentally disabled. I got a mental disability. It's called PTSD. And it's from the way that you fucking people treat me. Because I'm not the right color. Because I'm not the right gender. Because I'm not the right age. I don't happen to be your religion. By the way, fuck your religion. I don't give a shit what religion you have. You're a piece of shit for having one. And you want me to explain that to you? Or are you too dumb to figure it out?
I give people equality. When I hear these racist assholes in this goddamn town talking about how black people deserve this, black people deserve that. Whoa, hold on a second. Back the fuck up. Back the fuck up. There's a big difference between white people and the government and their goons. Big fucking difference. If it's politicians who are doing this and their cronies are enforcing this, it's not white people who are your enemy. It's those fucking goons and them bitches that you pretend to have all this great mighty power. No, the fuck they don't. Rodney King. You remember Rodney King's beating? Yeah, Rodney King is still alive. Meanwhile, Thomas Kelly is dead as a goddamn doornail. He was beaten to death. But he's homeless and white. Who gives a shit about him, right? He can't be a victim. Oh, look at all of these officers. Look at all of these officers who got away with it when they killed a black dude. Well, look at these officers who got into trouble when they killed a white dude. Those officers got away with it scot-free. Walked away from beating a mentally disabled man to death. A mentally disabled homeless man. So he fits at least 2 of the top 5. 2. I fit 4 of them, and the only reason I don't fit the 5th one is because I aged out. See, that's the thing. Number 1 on the list is is foster children, and number 2 on the list is former foster children. You cannot be both. Therefore, you cannot be all 5 of the top 5. Now, we've got different statistics, and, I'd really like to get into that to explain to you the statistics of who is most victimized by who. The most victimized people in America are foster children, but the most victimized by police are the homeless and the mentally disabled and the physically disabled. Now, if you put the mentally and physically disabled together, then you get a higher ratio. You get a higher percentage than the homeless. If you just say disabled people, then they're the number 1 victimized by the police. If you separate them into mentally and physically disabled, then the homeless are the most victimized by police. Well, specifically, the most murdered. Murdered. I want you to get that through your head. Just because it doesn't fit your narrative doesn't mean that it didn't happen. Fuck this goddamn country. Y'all want to be at each other's throats. There are people fucking dying every goddamn day while you guys are arguing over who is the right color. I don't give a fuck what color your skin is. I care how you treat other human beings. I hear a whole bunch of fucking ignorant goddamn white people saying, oh, it's these black people are doing this and these black people are doing that. No. You do not get to blame all black people for BLM any more than black people get to blame all white people for the KKK. You don't get to stuff me into that category to justify your crimes. I'm gonna say it again. Fuck this goddamn country. You don't give a fuck about human beings. You only give a fuck about yourself. When it comes to people with disabilities, yeah, they're supposed to have special rights. Just like black folks are supposed to have special rights. It's already supposed to be highly illegal, way more illegal to commit crimes against black people than white people. Now we need to change the laws so that these police cannot victimize people anymore. Not make it more illegal. How the fuck is making something that's already illegal and not enforced? How is making it illegal again and still leaving no way to enforce it? How is that going to do any goddamn good? Especially when the laws, as they're writing them, like here in Nebraska, are specifically only for people of color. No, you motherfuckers need to wear your goddamn body cameras and have them on at all points in time, not just with black people, not just with Hispanic people, not just with people who are not white. You need to wear those body cameras and have them on, even if the person is called mentally ill, even if the person is white, even if the person is homeless.
You start playing victim. So Danny Francis, type the words, leave me alone. That's fine. I'm still going to show the truth. Now, there's a big difference between leaving somebody alone and exposing them. So what exactly am I exposing with Danny Francis? I'm exposing the fact that I went to her for help, just like with many others, that I did reach out. That instead of actually trying, making some effort, she wants to keep telling me, oh, well, I'm not in Oregon. I know you're not in Oregon. She's paid so much attention to me in the last 6 years that she thought I was still in Boulder. Kind of like my dad ignoring the situation for 6 years and wanted to pretend like I was in Nebraska. No. Maybe if you had, I don't know, not ignored me for literally years, you would know these things. And I don't mind sharing that information. I don't mind answering your questions. But the important thing here is that rather than trying to blow my fucking head off, I try to get help. But the thing is, neglect is abuse. If you neglect your friends, they're not your friends. If you can neglect somebody who is being abused to the point that they want their life to end, when they reach out for help, and you just simply don't have time no matter what, especially not time to listen, people end up dead. I'm about saving lives. Saving them. Not ending them. When you want to tell me you're scared because I'm having a panic attack, understand that's how I feel every single day that you ignore me and do nothing. Every single day I have to worry about people harming me over a narrative that is a goddamn lie. And not just one, there are many. The simple question of, did I go to you for help? It's a simple yes or no question. Did I reach out to you for help? Did I reach out to you for help? And that's the important thing to note. Oh, great. Now I got an officer here. I'll do what he wants. Oh, God, I dropped my lighter.
How are you doing tonight?
Well, it's inappropriate for you gentlemen to speak with me.
Okay, well, I'm here just to make sure that you're okay.
I'm not okay due to threats, harassment, and intimidation by officers, including a sheriff's deputy who may be the one walking up who assaulted a 14-year-old girl in front of me. All right, it's not him.
Deputy Cummings, I talked to you over there.
I remember. Good to see you again.
I don't shake hands while I'm working.
That's all right.
The offer, though.
I don't masturbate in public, so you're good.
All right. I think these guys wanted to talk to you about something. Yeah.
Well, I don't feel comfortable talking to him, especially not Sadler.
Okay. Do you feel comfortable talking to me?
Partially.
Okay. So the reason that we're here, someone called in saying that you're making some suicidal threats or something about hurting yourself.
And see, that's the thing, is that y'all won't do shit about the abuse that I'm enduring.
Okay.
Is that really what somebody should have to stoop to get you guys to show up and actually pay attention?
What kind of abuse are you talking about? Or I'm unfamiliar with this.
That's one of the issues, is that nobody's familiar with it.
Okay.
I've got a storage facility full of evidence.
Okay.
If you guys got a room down at the police station, I'd like to go down there with my evidence and sit there for the next 6 months, which is what it'll take to go through everything.
Okay. So what's going on with this abuse?
Well, sir, I'm an at-risk adult. I have Tourette syndrome, so I wink my eyes weird.
Okay.
And I get beaten up, assaulted, threatened for being a homosexual because people think I'm winking at them, or they beat me up for winking at their girlfriend. But that's not what the major issue is here.
All right. What's the major issue?
The major issue is that my best friend was shot in the head in 2017.
All right.
I tried to turn in my predators before she was shot in the head and after. But cops didn't want to do their jobs, and every time I try to explain to these mandated reporters that police officers took part in threats, harassment, and assaults, and I tried to show the evidence. Natalie was shot in the head in outside a McIntosh Dairy Farm in Thornton, Colorado, on December 29th of 2017. She was wearing a black hoodie, a black shirt, black bra, black pants, black shoes, and mismatched socks.
I'm sorry to hear
She got a 9mm through her left temple.
Uh-huh. That's a lot to deal with, is it, friend Sean?
No, it's not. What's a lot to deal with is going to your friends and your family for help.
Yeah.
And they victimize the shit out of you and take advantage of you and take your money for services they're not rendering. You shouldn't have to pay your family to care.
I agree.
But my family are child molesters and drug dealers. I can't stop them from doing that, and I can't make them care.
Yeah. Yeah, this whole situation that you just described to me, that's a lot for you to carry.
That's
in
not
your
even
heart.
close
Uh-huh.
to all of it.
I'm-
All right, they posted
sure
it all
that's
over the
not-
news. Everybody likes to pretend that when people post up stuff on the internet, like it
Yeah.
doesn't go anywhere and there are no consequences. I am an at-risk adult. Not only are there consequences, I can't defend myself against them. I've had to try to turn in multiple officers, and there was an assault against a 14-year-old girl by the sheriff's department that absolutely needs to be turned in. It is not acceptable. It is on video on my YouTube channel. I don't have a place to sit down and actually work on this stuff. And although I am scared shitless of every single one of you, I need a place where I can sit down with the evidence.
Yeah.
You know, here's the thing. If there's a child in a car, it's 120 degrees, there's nobody else around, all the windows are rolled up, and I see that baby in there, the doors are locked. It's been a while. It's going to be 20 minutes till the cops are able to get there. Is it all right for me to break the window in that scenario?
Well, in that scenario that you just described, I would say yes. I can't speak for any other scenario.
Well, it happens when the person who owns the car and is the father of the kid comes out and starts screaming and hooting and hollering that you're trying to abduct his kid.
Well, that really complicates the situation. And
That's why I record it.
Yeah.
The problem is that my predators are heard because they call me mentally ill. And they get to use this suicide watch crap repeatedly to have me locked up. The fact is, at this point, I have to use it as a tool to get somebody to listen.
So
I am always suicidal, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. But rather than attempting to kill myself, I am attempting to get officers here to do their jobs. But they don't do that.
Yeah.
They tell me to go to all these other places.
Yeah.
It's obvious I'm not trying to kill myself. It's obvious I'm trying to get help. But I did explain to multiple people in the last 6 years how they treat me is literally what pushes people to suicide. I mean, I have full training in all of this. I grew up in the system. I'm sick of being treated like I'm racist because I'm white. I grew up in the system getting my ass beat because I was white. And unlike most of the people I grew up with that went on to have criminal lives for the rest of eternity and hate black people and get tattoos of swastika and become the most feared people in prison. The most feared people in prison all started off in the juvenile facilities. When your parents won't stay off drugs in the state of Colorado, they send you to all these temporary foster care homes. 2 weeks per foster home, that's all you get.
That's a lot to...
You're not allowed to go to the same one more than once.
Yeah.
Once you've been there, that's it. When they run out of places to put you, they put you in an institution. And you sit in that institution. And then they send you on a tour of institutions to try to scare you straight.
Yeah.
Do you know what it's like when you didn't do anything wrong? Nothing at all, and you are locked up in a facility where they are force-feeding you drugs.
I don't know that. I don't know what that's like, but it sounds like you do.
That's the
Sounds like
system.
that's a lot.
And you don't get to turn those people in. And that's the problem with having too much power. I record everything that I can, but I don't have the ability to go through and process all of the evidence.
Yeah.
I don't have the ability to go through and process everything that I have shown or attempted to show to all these officers. I don't have anyone to sit with me and look at it. Officers have made all sorts of horrible claims. None of my friends took a look. They didn't care. While this shit was going on, I was on Facebook ban after Facebook ban, and I can show you why. The problem is I don't have a place to do this.
Yeah.
I'm in a constant state of panic and I can't function. I literally cannot take care of myself. I cannot take a bath. I can't get into the bathtub by myself. It's too high of a curb. It's too high of a step. I try explaining to these people that this is not okay. It's not okay for me to be victimized over a narrative that so many people know is untrue, but they don't know about it because they're not listening, they're ignoring it. But people are dead, and now this situation needs to be taken seriously.
So
The fact is, through all of this, I have not killed myself. The only times that I have attempted to kill myself is over actual harm by officers. You know that?
so
And that's the thing. I'm not interested in harming others. All right, I had a man over there tonight. He's recorded on my YouTube channel, offering to kill Ted Bollinger for me, and dead serious about it. Everybody's solution to this, instead of coming forward and telling the truth, is you should go kill these people. Oh, I get it. I really should be killing all of you officers. I understand that.
that's definitely not the answer to.
Exactly my point. When they say it, it's magically okay. If I say it, then it's wrong. If I say it, I'm a bad person. If I say it, it must mean that I'm threatening people, and I'm not. What I'm saying is, when I say that, what I should be doing, that's according to everybody else. In order to get their help, I have to do what they want me to. I have to expend resources I don't have to do what they want me to.
Are you familiar with CARE? Can you tell them?
I've been to CARE, and they didn't take it seriously. I am a disabled homeless male. As you well know, the media, as well as the United States government and many hate groups, are very well entrenched in trying to paint us all as junkies. So then when we're in a situation where we're having a severe panic attack, we're in a severe state of fear, we all get treated like we're druggies.
Have you talked to Tillamook Family Counseling Center?
I was supposed to go up there today. The problem is I don't have any gas in my car. I got evidence that needs seen. I need to make sure that my vehicle doesn't get towed. I am screwed.
So
I've
have you
spent
talked
all
to
of
them
my
on the phone about?
Sir, I have to have someone there with me when I do this. I've repeatedly gone into all the places here in town that I'm supposed to go to by myself and gotten absolutely nowhere. That's the problem. I am a disabled homeless male who has to go in by himself. I am supposed to have a guardian and an advocate by law. And I still don't have those. I'm told I have to call all these places to provide one for myself. Then there's these situations that need to have a social worker there and present. Such as the situation yesterday and the multiple situations where I've gone to the hospital to report crimes against me. Never once has a social worker showed up to do that here. I had one do it once when I was in Cheyenne, Wyoming. But then I was victimized until I had to leave. Nobody did anything about the ongoing abuse there. That's the problem with the Natalie Bollinger situation. If I got a place where I can sit down and actually show it, a room, and I know you guys have a room for witnesses to be able to sit down and do that, especially if there is no safe place for them to go and do it. And the fact is, I have repeatedly requested that. I have repeatedly over and over to officers, and what do? They change the subject. They look the other way. I mean, I want you to understand something. For over a year and a half, people threatened to kill me. They threatened to kill my friends. They threatened to kill my family. And no matter how hard I tried to get people to look at it, they pretended that it was not a crime. You know, people started threatening to kill me and threatening to kill my family over a year before Natalie was killed. I still have the evidence of it. And I have evidence that it has continued.
Let me talk to Officer Sadler, and I'll get back to you in just a minute. Okay? I'll be back.
Now that's the problem. Now I'm hoping that they'll do the right thing, but here's the thing. If people want me to leave them alone, I won't contact you again. I will straight up fucking ignore you. You want to contact me again after that? That's harassment by you. It's funny that the next sentence from her was, "This is harassment." Yep. While I'm making a video, it pops up on the little thing on the side. Anyway, I let them have their private conversation. They know I ain't going nowhere. My car's over there. And hopefully I find some snipes and I'll be able to roll me a cigarette. That's the thing, is that Danny Francis literally did something that she knows will push me to suicide. She literally went out of her way to do so. That's why it's important to show evidence, to have a place where you can do this. See, Danny, if I am arrested, I don't get to show the evidence. I don't get to show the truth. And all of my evidence disappears. 6 years worth of evidence of abuse from one side of the country to the other. 6 years of evidence that there are many witnesses that I did tell the truth. Their own voices recorded on my YouTube channel. You can hear it for yourselves. 6 years of none of those people actually helping to turn this in. 6 years of these people admitting to things that, well, what my predators were able to have in court. Each and every one of these people, their words show that what my predators said were lies. It's a lot more complicated for me to show it because I'm not allowed because of the mentally ill tag. So you tell somebody, hey, what you're threatening to do is something that pushes me to suicide. You are literally trying to push me to kill myself. And that's the point. Between listening and playing victim, because somebody asks you to stop trying to push them to suicide, it's just sad. It's not friendly. Now, I'm obviously not nice. I don't talk nice. I'm not sure how much I can press upon you that this has been 6 years worth of this. 6 years. 6 long years. You can't listen to understand, but you can literally go out of your way to try to push me to suicide. There was 3 of them earlier. Yeah. Are you one of the ladies that was there with the situation with Molly? Yes, ma'am.
I see you walking here, and then I see the cops, and I don't know if you know what they're doing.
Yeah, I do. They're having a private conversation. There's folks who are trying to push me to suicide, and I'm trying to turn in predators. Mm-hmm. That's the thing, is that I have to do it alone, and I have to be afraid to do it alone because their protocols are different when you're alone.
That's true.
So they're going to be trying to take me in on suicide watch, which isn't okay, because what that'll do is take away all of my evidence.
Yeah.
And it'll make it so my vehicle gets towed and I have even less resources for trying to get help.
Yeah, you don't want your car to get towed either.
Yeah, well, what's going to happen if they lock me up on suicide watch?
That's true.
And then they're going to pretend I'm crazy. They'll either charge me with a crime and a crime that wasn't committed and leave me there for too long and deny me my rights, or they'll keep me in there for a couple of days. The cops will tell them that I have something that I don't. They'll either say schizophrenic, bipolar, or delusional.
No makeup.
Yep, and because it's a cop that said it, they write it down. I hope so.
Okay, yeah, they're leaving right now. I just didn't know if
They might be coming up this way to talk to me too. But yeah, I was aware.
Okay.
I'm also scared because I'm having to talk to them alone again.
Okay. I just wanted to know if I think they're just leaving anyway.
I hope so.
Yeah, they're going out the other way and they get to go right. But I think, yeah, you're good.
Yes, ma'am.
You say you've been at Starbucks or something.
That's the problem. I'm honest. I'm honest.
Oh, that's true. That's true.
I'm autistic. It's tough for me to lie. I have to psych myself up to do something so brutal.
That is true. Well, I hope you have a good night, okay?
My car's stuck because I have no gas. They're probably going to tow it.
Oh my god. Yeah, I wish to help you. I just ran out of gas too.
See, it's not just me.
Yeah.
Yes, ma'am, you're good.
Okay.
You know,
I'll get home before I said that. You're good, okay?
Yes, ma'am, be safe. The wonderful thing is that it's not illegal to speak out. It's just unfortunate. These people would rather have this stuff out on the internet for the whole world to see. On the bright side, not that there is one, I record it. But you get to see how time and again, since I have to record live any interactions with the police, in case they pull some bogus BS and lock me up. Take away my evidence. Pretend it doesn't exist. You know, when Danny typed, "This is harassment," that's fine for her to type that. I'm not going to call her or talk to her again. The truth is not harassment. Asking somebody to tell the truth is not harassment. And the moment you start playing victim, I'm out. When I tell you, if you have me locked up on suicide watch, they will tow my vehicle and I will lose my evidence. Yeah, that's right there, pushing somebody to commit suicide. How can you call yourself a friend if someone's gonna say, "Hey man, if you do this, it makes me suicidal," and then they do it? When you say, "Hey man, I'm trying to turn in child molesters and fucking rapists, and I got a bunch of evidence of it, I need help turning in. A bunch of evidence of abuse against at-risk adults. And of course, mandated reporters who refuse to do their jobs. People are dead, folks. Natalie Bollinger got a 9mm through her head at 10 to 16 inches while she was on her knees in McIntosh Dairy outside of Thornton, Colorado. You don't want me to tell the truth, but you had the chance to. You had the chance to do it on your own. Did I reach out to you for help? People leaving their garbage out here. My battery's down low. Anyway, I gotta go plug my phone into the charger again. Ignoring abuse against an at-risk adult is a Class 4 felony. That's in the state of Oregon. Threatening, harassing, and intimidating an at-risk adult is also a felony. Lying, threatening, or intimidating me is also a felony. Not sure if you knew that. Not sure if you were aware that I actually looked this shit up. There's a reason I was able to post up the rules when it comes to mandated reporting. There is a reason that I know when these people have broken the law. I don't just look up the law. There's also case law to consider. That's where most of you are screwing yourselves by ignoring me. Anything they do to me and get away with establishes a legal precedence under case law. Fact is, I can't do the things that they're asking me to do because I am overwhelmed and strapped for time. I have no place to do this where I can actually make the calls that I need and actually save the evidence every single time. When I have to run around like a chicken with my head cut off to try to find the resources to go to these places, or I gotta scramble to try to find somebody to sit there with me because I'm not able to record because everything is full of evidence. It's already full of recordings of me making attempt after attempt after attempt. I'm not just trying to tell them about it, I'm trying to show it to them. That lady that was at the Starbucks, I wasn't sure if she was one of the people that saw the situation with Molly or not. So I figured I'd ask. I knew she worked at Starbucks. Like I said, in Boulder, Colorado, I was known as Starbucks Sean. I went to Starbucks for their safe place policy. I made sure that I followed the rules. When I was cut off from being able to see my older brother, and I was cut off from seeing my friends like Christine, Buhi, and Mobley, it's Stephen McMillian. I was cut off from seeing Janine Barrett. They're all dead. All three of them are dead. I was prevented from seeing OSHA. OSHA's got problems, but she's good people. We all got problems, right? Isn't that your excuse for looking away? We all got problems. What Danny did was try to push me to suicide.
knowing full well she was trying to push me to suicide. Call suicide hotline, call this place, call that place. No. That is so dismissive. And so is suicide hotline. They don't do what you think they do. They're a referral service. This is a very complicated situation. I need an advocate or a guardian to help me with these things, and I don't have one. Asking nicely doesn't work. Explaining calmly and collectively doesn't work. What works and what doesn't is entirely dependent upon whether or not you're considered a human being. If they really care about you, they'll tell the truth. If they really care about you, then they want you to be safe. They want to protect you from harm. I was overwhelmed before Natalie was killed. Well before Natalie was killed. When I got completely overwhelmed, it was October of 2015 when I hurt my back. And they wanted to be angry because I wasn't able to do things because of my back injuries. They were telling me to do things knowing I have back injuries and being angry that I couldn't do them. Like Veronica Randall being pissed off that the bike that her and Brandon gave me was still sitting in Josh's backyard because I couldn't get on the goddamn thing. I still can't get on a bike. I can walk forever. It hurts like a motherfucker. Stepping off the curb is hell. Sleeping in my car is so painful. Lanny Engeline has an in-house helper. Her daughter Amanda. Amanda got away with felonies because she got a special waiver because she was going into the military. A lot of people were telling me about what these predators were doing and even sending me screenshots. The thing is, everybody was telling me it's not their job, it's not their job, it's not their job. There were a lot of people at first who were willing to speak up. They were willing to talk to an officer. But all the officers that I was talking to, all of them kept on telling me it's not their job. It's not their job. Yeah, my battery died.
Hey Siri, or Suji, yeah, it definitely died. I suppose, I should probably start screenshotting the conversations with Danny. I'm not sure if my phone will be able to take them all. I'm not good with computer stuff, and also I forget my passwords often because it's difficult to remember all of this crap. And I gotta try to remember it going all the way 6 years back. There's a series here on my channel called Computaco. Computaco 1, Computaco 1. I think it's either 1 through 8 or 1 through 11. There's another series about a lady I let use my phone and she stole it. And I had to pawn my stuff to try to buy her a new phone so that she would meet up with me. And even though she stole my phone, the cops wouldn't do anything about it. I was able to track her down and get my phone back. I had to buy her a new one in order to keep my word. I bought her a $100 phone and service. The lady who sent me the money, you know, that's one of the things about people not speaking up, not understanding how every small part makes a difference. The money that was supposed to be so I could get myself safely out of Tacoma and away from that victimization. People always want to say, you should get out of there. You should get away from the people that victimize you. When you're homeless, that means you never get to stop. I'm stranded here because I'm out of money. Telling me to go elsewhere isn't going to make it stop. It's not going to show the truth. She kept on offering stuff, and most of her ideas would have been good ideas if she could stop and listen. Stop with the suggestions. Stop with the assumptions. And listen. The more you give me unsolicited advice and tell me what to do, think, and feel, while not trying at all to understand what is going on or what help I need. I spoke with lawyers before Natalie died to find out what hoops I needed to jump through to try to get help. Literally, what it came down to is someone there in person. Someone there in person. Someone who cares about you. One of the lawyers, he said, Sean, is there anybody that loves you? I said, no. He said, oh, come on now. You're a likable guy. I only been talking to you for 10 minutes and I already know that you're a likable guy. Are you sure nobody loves you? That seems a little far-fetched. And the thing is that those lawyers were consistent with what they told me. Sean, if they're calling you mentally ill, this is a dangerous situation for you and it can very quickly get out of hand. Do you have any friends or family that you can go to? No, no, I didn't. And I told them that. They said I need to call up Department of Health and Human Services and tell them I can't take care of myself. Only one of the lawyers told me to do that. When you're called mentally ill, there are a lot of horrible things that people are allowed to do to you, and literally the only thing that will stop it is someone in person who cares. When you have to talk to the police, someone needs to be there in person. If they can't be there in person, they need to at least be on the phone. But they need to know what's going on. All these lawyers were asking me, hey, are you trying to get help for this? Have you gone to the mental health place? Because they're supposed to help you. That's the thing about mandated reporters. These lawyers know that depending on what's going on, when you try to turn it in, it doesn't necessarily go to Child Protective Services. Now, when I said that these cops were telling me that mandated reporter is only for children, one of them told me that it was hogwash. That's what he called it. He said it's hogwash. Sean, we can't represent you unless you can get help. And then they outlined the help that I needed. If they're going to call me mentally ill, it means they can do whatever they want to me unless there is somebody there and present with me who has my best interest at heart, that has my safety at heart. You got to see with actual evidence that Miss Peaches, that's Kayla Trujillo, after over a year of pretending like she was going to help me, that she was going to come forward about this. Just one excuse after another. I believe in doing the right thing because it's the right thing to do. But the fact is, no matter how much nice shit that you say that's dismissive as fuck, that's the problem. Pretty words are dismissive of the problem. They're dismissive of the issue. They are dismissive of what the victim is going through. But you don't want to hear that. When your friends hurt you, if they're not even willing to hear how it made you feel, they're not your friends. Miss Danny did try to be understanding, sort of. She did type pretty words. She said that she cared. She said that she would try to help. Well, that starts with not ignoring me. It starts with not doing things that are harmful to me. It starts with respecting my boundaries, which you obviously do not. So here's the thing. If you're going to play victim, if you're going to go out of your way to not communicate effectively, You're going to send me into a panic attack, and I am going to have communication issues, especially after 6 years of this. You start playing victim, I stop asking for you to tell the truth, and I make you a priority for speaking out and posting evidence. So I guess that's what I need to do. Rather than call and listen, the simplest thing in the world. What friend wouldn't? But what'd she do? She literally did what she knew would push me to suicide. Knowingly, willingly, and intentionally attempting to push me to suicide. How can you call that help? How can you claim to care about somebody that you would rather talk over, not listen to, and push to suicide? Literally go out of your way to try to do something that you know is going to push them to suicide. When Sean David Schwartz says to Danny Francis that if she tries to put me on suicide watch, then I lose my car and I lose my evidence. And then I will kill myself. And what did she try to do? Rather than listen to understand, she tried to push me to commit suicide. Girls usually do it differently, other than Miss Peaches, who's pretty manly about a lot of stuff she does. She did it the way that a man would. Just tell them to go kill themselves. Yeah. Lots of people who claim to love me told me to go kill myself. Well, if you'll help me to do it, you got a deal. But none of them followed through. Tim Beeson wanted to threaten to kill me and my family. Or me and my loved ones. I told him, hell, I'll dig the hole. Just do it. Stop talking about it and fucking be about it. You're gonna fucking kill me? Come and do it. But stop threatening to kill my loved ones, you pieces of shit. Most of them are cowards, and they don't like being called cowards. I got a lot less friends. That means you predators got a lot less people to try to fucking kill. I'm not friends with Candace Bondurant anymore. Of course, what's not registering in her fucking head is that the evidence is still there. So even if I do commit suicide, well, that would probably result in people getting a lot more fucking interested in taking a look. And then Candace goes to prison. When you bully someone to suicide and encourage it, you've broken the law, dummies. When you try to bully, threaten, harass, or entice someone to commit suicide, knowingly, willingly, and intentionally aware of the fact that that will push them to suicide, you are breaking the law. And doing it to an at-risk adult is entirely not okay, no matter how many pretty words you type. But it all starts with listening. Step one is to listen to the victim. That is step one. Listen to the victim. Actually listen. Don't go out of your way to make excuses not to. Don't interrupt the victim while they're speaking. The more you interrupt me, the worse my panic attack is gonna get because you're not fucking listening. That's not very fucking friendly. Tried starting my car earlier and it didn't fucking work. We'll see if it'll work this time. Because I really need to make sure that my batteries don't run out. If the cops coming over here, yeah, I do gotta be paranoid. Which means I gotta stay up all night with my camera on. Because if I don't, and I don't record the first 30 seconds of it, or they want to break into my vehicle and yank me out before I can start the recording, when I try to get the recording of them doing such a thing, I'll be told it'll take an act of God to get it back. That's the legal advice that you get from public pretenders. There's a reason I went to real fucking lawyers to try to get help. The services that I was told to go to and my friends ended up being completely fucking useless. You know, I went to those services. They were useless too. They're supposed to help you to turn in abuse. But they just fleeced me for the money. Now, don't get me wrong, that's not how I felt when it first started, because see, here's the thing, Tamara was not a fucking idiot. Tamara's got a son who's got Asperger's, and by the way, he's a grown adult now. Tamara's originally from Longmont, Colorado. She was supposed to be my caseworker through Colorado Coalition of the Homeless. All of these hoops that we're supposed to jump through and all that, you know, that's not how it was supposed to go. From what the lawyers were telling me, as soon as I get an advocate, as soon as I tell them about the abuse I'm going through, they're supposed to start helping me turn it in immediately. But that depends on the state. I was also told, because there's people doing it across state lines, that that's actually a federal thing. And that I needed to do that online. But because I'm called mentally ill, someone has to do it with me. Someone has to sign their name to everything. And the state is supposed to provide somebody. Those lawyers also told me that I didn't want a state guardian. They told me that a state guardian... Well, basically, these lawyers are real lawyers, and they have no faith in the system. They have no faith in public pretenders. Unfortunately, what I ended up with were public pretenders. And as always, having to go in alone. Now, there are many occasions where people actually, you got to understand how many court dates I've had. There are many occasions where people went in with me for one thing or another, for temporarily. But then, that evidence wasn't allowed. I was told by my public pretenders that everything wasn't allowed. No matter what, nothing's allowed. Fire's dangerous. I suppose breaking windows is probably a better way to do it. I'm scared you're never going to listen. You're never going to look. You're going to power pound your bullshit at me until I have a panic attack, and then you're going to play victim. You're going to tell me there's nothing that you can do because you're somewhere else. You can speak up no matter where you are. No matter where you are, you can turn this in. All of these services that keep sending me to other services for advocacy. Those advocacy places are only sending me to more places for advocacy, or telling me that they don't do what an advocate is supposed to do. With Marcia Estrada and Penny Cooper, that was such a fucked up situation. Because Penny's telling me the whole time it's not her job. Turns out it was her job. Turns out that Marcia Estrada is actually her boss, not the other way around. I made a bad assumption, huh? I got recordings with Penny Cooper and with Marcia Estrada that show that. The things that Marcia Estrada was telling me and the things that Penny Cooper was telling me show that Penny Cooper was not telling the truth. Not to myself or Marcia Estrada. The recordings with Marcia Estrada show that Penny Cooper did not do her job. And in not doing her job, allowed me to be victimized repeatedly by Dual County Sheriff Scott DaCosta, as well as multiple jurisdictions around there, because Dual County doesn't have a jail. I was assaulted by Waylon Lolatai in January of 2016. January of 2018. He was later released from the Boulder Police Department for repeated assaults against the homeless and those who he assumed to be homeless. I was assaulted repeatedly in the jail. I've got conversations with witnesses that were inside of the jail about several of the assaults that took place right here on my YouTube channel. One of them's name is George Helmstetter. If you type the words "conversation with a witness named George," you'll find it. If you type the word Moose or the words Brett Roloff, you'll be able to find a lot of me being pissed off at him. There's also the evidence of why. I got there and he was a meth dealer. I'm afraid every day that Brett Roloff is going to overdose. He was supposed to help me. He said that he would. But he was so fucked up on meth and trying to escape his nut job of a girlfriend who was a creepy-ass stalker. I'll twack that a regard too. Here's a YouTube video of her smoking methamphetamines at the table with another gentleman. There's also a video of the ginormous bag of methamphetamines they left at the place. There's also video footage of Brett Roloff digging through his own feces for a bag of methamphetamines that he is obviously overdosing on. He's not going to find anything. He swallowed the bag because he was going to try to do her a favor. And the cops pulled him over, so he swallowed it. You got to understand how scary this is for me. These are the people who are saying they're going to help me. We also got video footage of the officers there trying to put me on suicide watch because some lady called. That some lady was the FBI. I called the FBI when I was in Virginia to try to get them to do their fucking jobs. I explained to these lawyers I can't do this stuff on the internet. They told me I needed to find somebody to help me do it. I needed a guardian or an advocate. That's what they're supposed to do. They're supposed to help you with that. You are allowed to record it. They told me I was allowed to record stuff. I told them I didn't know how. I was trying to figure it out. My calls to the lawyers were because I was being blown off. I had gone to the police on several occasions in multiple locations where I was being harassed, literally at the locations I was being harassed in. That didn't make a difference. None of these people stop to understand what it has cost me for them to pretend to be my friend for 6 years while ignoring me. When you dump everything in your life on somebody as an excuse why you can't tell the fucking attempt to contact somebody who's supposedly a friend. How are you a friend? How are you a friend when your friend calls you up to ask you for help because they are being abused and you can't even find out what they're going through because you won't shut up? You won't stop throwing assumptions in my face. Hey, I've got evidence. You think maybe we could stop, I don't know, debating and texting? And perhaps look at the fucking evidence while I still have the resources to go sit down someplace and purchase a coffee so that I can set up my computer and just my laptop. One of my 2 laptops that are full of evidence used to be 4 of them. One of them was stolen by the Broomfield Police Department. That's who it was turned over to. It was supposed to be used in Natalie Bollinger's trial, which is the reason they wouldn't allow me that computer so I could use the evidence that's on it to show the threats, harassment, and intimidation against me. I had to try to do everything through my phone like I'm doing right now, while being forced into homelessness, while having a whole bunch of people assaulting me and threatening to kill me in real life and on the internet. These people fucking threatened, harassed, intimidated me, made my life a living hell for a whole fucking year before Natalie was killed. But that's fine, isn't it? Because while I begged for someone to blow my fucking brains out for over a fucking year, meaning it the same then as now, help me or kill me, that's exactly what I told them. You need to call suicide hotline. No, fuck you. I'm taking abuse. I'm trying to get help stopping abuse. You want to pawn me off because you're a piece of shit. That's not a friend. A friend would try to find out what the fuck is going on. Of course, Danny Francis, she's not the A team for certain. She's also not the B team or the C team. She's somebody I barely knew, but she was nice. I knew her boyfriend at the time a lot better. I lived my life in the service of others, and it was okay to do so. It was okay for me to walk out with the folks who worked at Starbucks when they took the trash out, because I kept them safe. You guys got this idea of how it's supposed to work, and many of you tell me how it did work for you. And you tell me how you did it all by yourself. And it all comes down to the fact that, first of all, you're a white female with kids and you did have help. See, that's the thing. All these people who are telling me they did it all themselves, always comes out that it wasn't all by themselves. Ever. The difference between being victimized as an at-risk adult and being able to live a productive life is whether or not you've got family that gives a shit. When you're abused, if your family doesn't give a fuck to even hear about the abuse or look at the fucking evidence of the abuse or turn it in, especially when it is worldwide. Worldwide. Hey, Siggy, you still on here? Apparently not. I was hoping so, but that's the way life goes, isn't it? Oh, you are still here. Thank you. I noticed something. I can't see the conversations that you and I have in typing when it's just the video. So, well, on here anyway. The stuff that you type while we're making the video, I just tried to listen to one of the other videos where people were typing stuff at me, and on my phone it won't let me see it. So when I go back to look at it and try to show it to somebody in person, I can't prove that you exist. Now, what I'd really like, it'd be nice to have you call and explain the situation with me being on TV in Germany. You can verify we had that conversation, right? Was I on TV in Germany? I think it might be on a delay. I'm not for certain. I typed yes you were, and I'm going to take a screenshot of that. Alright. If you would type it out in specific, because I wanna post one of these screenshots, but they won't be able to hear the words that I was saying to you or what you are answering to. I know this is coming across as demanding, but when I tried explaining that this stuff is in multiple languages and that people are threatening me from all over the world, and that there are these things in multiple languages all over the world, I get treated like I'm schizophrenic, and that's the thing about my predators preying on that. They know that these things are all over the place, the police included. I know you also watched 4 hours of video yesterday while I was at the hospital trying to get help. Oh, there's a kitty cat right outside my door. We'll see if we can turn this around and take a look at it. Oh, he's running off. He's camera shy. I wish I had better resolution. Anyway, you know, I tell the truth. When I said that I was on TV in Germany, that somebody I talked to last night was telling me I was on TV in Germany, I told the truth. He typed, I just found one of the German videos about the Natalie Bollinger case. Yeah. They're not just on YouTube. There's a few different true crime channels. They got one called Sword and Steak Ale. It's episodes 109 and 110. Although you might want to look up the name Mike Boudet and find out a little bit about the guy and some of the things that he does before listening to the video, because if you understand what it is that he does for profit, you'd understand how he went out of his way to make sure that I was never heard and that I would be harmed for the rest of my life. He sold a false narrative knowing it was untrue. He pretended to me like he was real media. There's a lady who warned me about him, but not until after. You know how much that sucks? Anyway, I get called a liar no matter what I say. I get lied at about what the law says, especially when it comes to mandated reporting. There's a lot of situations that come together to deprive me of the resources needed to defend myself against these predators or to turn them in. But at least I told the truth. When people did good things, I said they did good things. When people offered to do good things, I said they offered to do things. And you know what? Right at the very beginning, I didn't type perfectly or enunciate perfectly, and I did give the impression that people were helping me when they were just promising to do so. There's a lot of evidence that's been stolen, and I can show you the situations where they were stolen in. There's the situation with trying to turn in the cops there in Washington State. Like I said, the cops victimized me. The meth heads helped me find my evidence. The people at Starbucks, they claimed that they made a call, but the cops wouldn't do nothing. I was like, well, yeah, you want to try calling with me? See, that's always the thing. What the lawyers said and what these people want to do, not the same thing. Which government official to call? That's the thing that Danny Francis wanted to ask about. She's like, give me the number of this government official and we'll call them tomorrow. Well, you won't know anything tomorrow either. You think you could stop for 5 minutes and get a primer? She wanted me to type it at her. Like, at that point, I'm literally thinking about going over to fucking Fred Meyer's and trying to find something I can choke myself to death with. Rather than trying to choke myself to death, I tried as calmly as I could to explain the situation. How scary she was being. Yeah, I get that you've got your own life. I had a life too once. But then you ignored me until people were dead. And then you ignored me some more until more people were dead. Going to sober people is stupid. They'll ignore you. You got to go to the junkies, and that's sad. Because it's damn near impossible to get a junkie to go in when you need to turn in shit to the police. If they go in with you all junked out of their fucking gourd. Yeah. When I was in Colorado, people could have tried to help. When I was in Virginia, Natalie could have told the truth. I understand that she has no fortitude whatsoever. I don't have any problems with telling people the truth. I got problems with people reinterpreting everything I say. I don't feel that it is appropriate to be utilizing the English language in the United States of America. I don't think it's appropriate. Because the American people do not understand the English language. And they seem to believe that if they reinterpret something and change the words around to fit their bullshit, that that's the same thing. It's not. As far as showing evidence, you get to see how those rich people, they're allowed to show evidence, aren't they? It's not just their word versus their fucking predators. And they're not cut off from showing that evidence. They're not prevented from going to fucking court illegally and told they didn't try to go. These cops here are gonna make me break a window. So to speak. Or light a fire, so to speak. Just so you know, those are two crimes I did commit in desperation to try to save people's lives. Rhiannon Ingersoll, before she died, admitted that she did the fucked up shit that she did because she was angry. If a woman is angry, it's okay for her to throw a fucking tantrum and destroy a man's life by lying. That's the moral of the fucking story there. I lost everything. She didn't fucking care. Why would she? She was fucking drunk the whole time. And alcoholics don't care about anybody but themselves. They'll tell you they love you. Lots of alcoholics get all lovey-dovey up in their feels. There's people who aren't alcoholics who get drunk once in a great while. Unfortunately, when you're talking to them, they're all up in their feels. They're not listening. They can't listen. That's what you don't get about drinking alcohol. Your ability to comprehend what the fuck is going on around you is not there. The fact that you put that shit in yourself is fucking stupid. And the fact that you treat somebody who's supposedly a friend completely like shit because you were an asshole who got drunk is fucked up. Let's see. Siggy Lorick, someone told me once that in the U.S., if you have money, you can buy justice for yourself. If you don't have money, there will be no justice for you, even if you have proof. That is very true. The saying here is a little bit different, but yeah, that's what it means. That's something I say often. If you have no money, you have no rights. If you have money, you can buy rights. If you have enough money, nobody will touch you. If you've got enough money, the cops don't want to arrest you because you might sue them. They try to do everything perfectly by the book. If you're broke and homeless, they know nobody's gonna fucking listen to you. They'll fucking murder you outright. George Floyd got fucking lucky because he wasn't homeless. If he was homeless, he would be another fucking statistic and there would be no BLM. What y'all ain't understanding is that there are black people out on the streets this is happening to, and BLM don't give a fuck about them. BLM don't give a fuck about any of the victims. They care about the narrative. BLM is a racist hate group like the KKK. They're exactly the same. Both of them sell you a false narrative. Both of them will lie to you outright to achieve their own political agenda and to try to justify their hate mongering. Now here's Siggy. He's able to verify, yeah, one of the German videos about the Natalie Bollinger case. He just found it. You know? I did send him one of the ones that I got to see as well. I don't know what it says. I'm not German. The conversation he and I had last night was pretty decent. He's, you know, I kind of expected him to be one of these nut jobs who starts telling me about the Illuminati and alien spaceships and unicorns and shit like that. But no, he's educated. He seems to know quite a bit about history. So Siggy Lork is, he sent me a friend's request yesterday on Facebook, and I accepted it. I tried not to overwhelm him with too much evidence. This guy's a complete and total stranger that came to look at my channel and also to speak with me because, well, because he saw it in another country. Well, I get treated like I'm schizophrenic for saying they made these things in multiple languages in multiple countries. I say it and I get told I'm crazy, treated like I'm schizophrenic. Having someone else verify it has helped a little bit. Now, of course, having it as a screenshot isn't quite the same as having Siggy call these places up with me and say, hey, I'm in Germany, and yes, it does exist. By the way, here's a link to the video. Now, I know how to do the video links kind of sort of on my computer if I can utilize my computer. Sometimes I accidentally get it to work on this. I don't know how to explain that. It's what I'm trying to do. It's just complicated. When you fumble through until you find something, and you find it once, you hope that you're not so frustrated at the time that you can't remember exactly how to get back to it. And sometimes it just straight up doesn't work. Like there's people who get on my channel to be trolls, and I go to the hide user channel on this channel button, or I try to click the message so I can do that. It doesn't do anything. When it's able to, I'm glad. I gotta find a bottle or something. I gotta go to the bathroom. I am gonna keep the video on because I am, as I said, afraid. I'm not gonna be showing you any of my nothings, but I gotta be afraid for my vehicle, for my evidence. It's alright to take my life if there's somebody who cares about the truth, who has my evidence. My life doesn't matter, my evidence does. Oh my God, I'm gonna get to piss myself. Nope, that Mountain Dew bottle is already full of piss. Alright, well, this is gonna fucking suck. I hope I don't have to pee more than that. Oh. Come on, Jesus. Oh. Oh. Alright, you're gonna point up here, and I'm gonna turn off the light. This sucks. I was gonna go pour my Mountain Dew bottle full of piss into the porta potty, but hope nobody thinks that's apple juice. Anyway, Siggy told me some pretty interesting stories. A lot of times the first conversation is familiarization. But the thing is, he's only, for the most part, had to experience my panic attacks and meltdowns from watching them. Fucking Christ. I'm sorry, I can't think anymore. Having to do that so I go to the bathroom, you got no idea. Like, that shouldn't drain me completely. It shouldn't. I'm stuck here. I don't have any money for gas, and I don't know if you guys can quite understand that I can't function. I should have gone out there and flown a sign, but I got out there and I stood there and I just couldn't. I'm trying for no reason. Waylon Lolatai, he got away with hurting a lot more people because nobody cared. Then there's the 2 officers that killed Demetrius Shankling. They just shipped me around from one abusive situation to another. I want to be kind. And I want to state loud and clear. I don't hate Danny. I don't want anyone to harm her. But just like with everyone, whether you're the A team or the C team, I reached out to people I know in person, people who know me, people that I love. I absolutely do. But I love differently than them. Because when someone reaches out to me for help, I listen instead of making excuses or telling them what to do nonstop. Now you can see there's situations where people were coming to me for help after I'd gone to them for help. They were supposed to be helping me. How long did it take for me to post up about Marnie missing? That's Shannon Alvarado's friend. I posted about Marnie missing repeatedly, multiple occasions. Because Shannon kept on changing the subject from helping me to her friend Marnie, her friend Marnie, her friend Marnie. How long did it take for me, from the time that she told me about Marnie to the time that I posted up about Marnie missing? How much time had elapsed? 10 minutes? Maybe 15? When Mandy Singer's son disappeared, how long did it take me to make a post? I made several. Because he was missing and Mandy was my friend. I'd already had a few people that were on missing persons posters that were dead. So when Mandy told me about her son missing, I made sure to make a post. It was immediate. When she told me that Joseph beat the fuck out of her in Arizona, which she later changed her story about, by the way, because she loves him. Well, I love him too. I've known Joseph a lot of years. He's schizophrenic as fuck. But some of the stuff that he says, you know, sure, he's schizophrenic, but not all of his information is wrong. There's a few stories that she wasn't sure about that sounded a little far-fetched that, well, the ones I could verify, I absolutely did. I was like, yeah, he may be schizophrenic, or he is, but that story is actually a true story, oddly enough. He was talking about staying in a car that was buried in the mountains. There's a Monte Carlo, or not a Monte Carlo, Ford Fiero. That's what it was. Buried up by Nederland. And you crawl on the back seat and sleep in it. And yeah, the whole fucking thing was buried. If somebody didn't show you where it was at, you wouldn't see it. When she told me that story, I wasn't there with Joseph, by the way. When she told me that story, I was like, yep, I've been to the car. I've seen inside of it. He's telling the truth. How long did it take for me to make a post about her son going missing? And how many years did it take for her to come forward about the fact that I tried to help find her missing son? How many years was it before she realized what an impact that was and why it was important? See, here's the thing. I was forced into a situation where I'm having a nonstop fucking panic attack and my communication issues are diminished. You know, it wasn't like this before. If you ask any of these people what I was like before, you'll understand why they didn't throw me away when that happened to Natalie. It's not that I didn't reach out to people for help. It's that they weren't fucking listening. They were too busy giving me advice or typing at me for fucking weeks on end telling me they didn't have the time to listen. Typing assumption after assumption after assumption. With those being the assumptions they have, yes, it gives me severe fucking anxiety. And the longer it takes for you after making those assumptions and then saying that you'll listen to me, how much time elapses? Because I'm not just trying to tell you, I'm trying to show you. Siggy, did you check your emails to see if I forwarded the message from Natalie Bollinger? Fuck.
Every part of my body hurts. Alright, I don't have enough tobacco to... Oh, he typed, I didn't check my emails today. Let me take a quick look. Yes, sir. Now here's something to really impress upon you. There's a lot of people that after years and years and years, you know, I've tried letting them know what's going on. I've had a couple of little quick types where they type some pretty fucking thing at me that's got nothing to do with the fucking situation, or they want to tell me, you know, they found Natalie's killer. Or, of course, there's the fucking 6 years later, they don't remember shit. Like, you remember when I messaged you about this? No. How about this? No. Well, we had a full-on conversation. Here's some screenshots of it. Fuck you. Click. A lot of people wanted to claim that I lied and slandered their name. And then I sent them the video. There's also a lot of people who said I lied and slandered their name. They blocked me before I got to send them the video. That's the thing, is that I'm overwhelmed and I can't communicate well. With that situation with those officers, or with that officer yesterday, like I did a really good job of staying as calm as I could given the situation. Of course, once me and Siggy were having a conversation, that was actually real nice. I mean, you know, I got to calm down a bit because he was actually listening. And although he was telling a lot of stories, they were good stories and they helped me to get familiar with him, his way of thinking and his frame of mind. In the United States, if you're a disabled adult, in order to show proof of this, you need a guardian or an advocate. With all of these people who want to argue with me about what the law says, the fact is that while they're telling me that they're not lawyers so they can't help me, the fact is that because they're not lawyers, they can help me. It's called civilian oversight. When you've got an at-risk adult, there is always supposed to be oversight so that they're not victimized the way that I have been for the last 6 years. Where when you are abused, people blow you off because you don't matter. The problem with Danny is that she wasn't understanding. This has happened from one coastline to another. I've been to Bristol, Virginia, and Bristol, Tennessee, because it's a border town. You should look it up. I've been to Bozeman, Montana, Billings, Montana, Gallatin Gateway, Montana, Billings, Oh, hold on. There's one more. Not Billings, because I already said that one. It's Belgrade. All since Natalie died, to try to get help. I've been to. There's a town in Virginia next to Bristol, and I was taken to the hospital there. They tried to put me in on suicide walk, where I promptly walked out. When the security guard came out to ask me about it, I redirected him to someone else. And then I walked back to Brett Roloff's. I did get a ride from some real nice folks. But like I said, he was strung out on meth. But he also showed the difference between having somebody there in person that speaks up and somebody who doesn't. When the cops wanted to pull me over on the road outside of Brett Roloff and his girlfriend's house in Bristol, Tennessee, or Bristol, Virginia, sorry. They were on the Virginia side. Brett came out and explained to him I wasn't trying to kill myself, and they left. He also told me that I shouldn't have been trying to call the FBI this late at night. I should have tried that during the day. I explained to him, if you make the call during the day, they put you on hold for fucking ever and you never get through. If you do it at night, you might get through in 10 or less minutes. I also had to make those calls alone because he was too fucked up on meth. And yeah, he definitely stopped being my friend once he found out that there's a video of him digging through his dookie on my channel. Brett Roloff, man, I tell you what. Repeatedly, over and over again, you try to tell on your abusers and you explain that you're disabled and you cannot defend yourself. You cannot jump through all the hoops that they are asking you to jump through. You don't have the time to do this or the money. When you got to worry about basic survival, and then everywhere that you go where people are going to help you, you end up fucking babysitting grown-ass adults. Holy fuck. I was repeatedly denied my hospital paperwork. I was lied to and about. There's a lot of little details that resulted in repeated abuse. Like, of course, when I tried to tell on Ruben, and they wanted to charge me for breaking their stuff at the Scottsbluff Hospital. They physically harmed me. You think I'm not going to have a standoff? You and I can talk like human beings. But the moment you try forcing drugs into me, rather than listening, we have a major issue. There is no hospital in America where it is legal for them to administer medications at the recommendation of a police officer. There is no hospital in America
where it is legal for them to treat me based on a police officer's diagnosis. There is no hospital in America where it is appropriate when a victim of abuse at that hospital is trying to give a report that his predators get to sit around the room in a semicircle around him, which is an intimidation tactic. I tried to turn in Ruben over and over and over again. Did I break the shit in that fucking Scottsbluff hospital? You goddamn right I did, and I'm proud of it. Did I break the EKG machine in the Louisville hospital? You goddamn right I did. Put my elbow right into it. Did I break the window in Chapel, Nebraska at the low-income apartments? You goddamn right I did. I admit to the shit that I do. I'm pissed that I am pushed to it. If I have to break my own fucking windows in my low-income fucking apartment to get the cops to fucking do something about people threatening to kill me, well, by God, that's what I gotta do. I record everything so that I don't have to go through an act of God to get their body cameras. You still there, CG? You know what it's like to have a conversation? Like an actual conversation. Last night I got to have an actual conversation. It was nice. It was with a German named Sigi, and he spoke English. Same guy who's texting with me now. He typed, yes. Cool. Yeah, Sigi, that email that I forwarded from Natalie, she sent that in 2016. Probably I don't know, 2 or 3 months before I went to Virginia to go see her. Talks about her dad beating on her and her sister and trying to kill her ex-stepmother. This is one of the ex-stepmothers that pretended she was trying to help me. While her friend Kara Johnson Miles pretended to be an autism advocate when I found out from Shannon Alvarado that she was really just a troll, pretending to be an autism advocate to help out the very predators that I needed to turn in. If Rose M. Kelly had tried to put a stop to this when I got a hold of her in 2017 in December, and if Natalie had done anything to put a stop to it prior to that, or Maddie Boa,
or Alicia Bollinger. But no, we can't ask a woman to be honest. That would just be too much. We can't ask a woman to be held responsible for her own actions. That would just be too much. The problem is, in 6 years of ignoring the abuse against me, and you want me to outline it in 5 minutes, what the fuck is wrong with you? There is too much. But once in a great while, I get to hear somebody's voice. Once in a great while, it's an actual conversation. Once in a great while, it's not me talking to my fucking phone. I just got a ding. Boy, did I give you my email address? I did not get mail from you. I will write my email address again in the Facebook Messenger. All right. Oh, you were going to. I think it was Danny that I sent that to. I'll see you again. I'm actually gonna... It'll probably pause the video while I do this. But I'm gonna try it anyway. All right. I was able to send you a message. I think it just says it's Sean. I'm getting sick. Alright, I should probably end this video so I can post it up on my Facebook so everyone can see it. I'm gonna forward the message, the email from Natalie, and then I'm gonna start another video. I'll put your name in it so that way you can see it. You'll be able to go back to it later, and I'll probably end up asking you a bunch of questions. Talking to me, he claims that he was there last night, but we did not meet. The situation here is obviously not pleasant.
Somebody called just because they're worried about you.
Are you going to do anything about the threats, harassment, intimidation, or assaults? Or the officers?
I have no idea what's going on.
Well, that's...
I wasn't informed of any of this last night.
See, apparently they don't communicate. I did see that the officer who came and talked to me.
This is Jim again with Center for Living. Hey there.
The guy from Center for Living again.
Do you mind if I open the door a little bit more so I can hear you better?
Would you please get someone from social services here? Because it is their job.
Until Monday morning.
They have someone on call.
They're not going to respond to this.
Sir, you do not have permission to touch my vehicle. Please don't. Please stop leaning on my vehicle.
Okay. No worries. Okay.
Thank you, sir.
Trying to hear you. So.
So anyway, there was a young'un earlier who threw a rock at my vehicle, and of course, a lady, she saw them throw the rock. I didn't see it. I just heard it.
How long
So,
ago was that?
That was about 20 minutes ago, maybe.
Here in the parking lot?
Yes.
Seeing someone
Anyway,
20 minutes ago here.
the
Okay,
situation
did it
here.
damage the property at all? Or your car?
Probably not. Are you seeing my car? Anyway,
Okay, well,
I
you know
need to
where
be
it
able
hit?
to turn in the crimes that have happened already, and I need to be able to turn in the officers here, the police officers who were here last night. The communication with them is obviously broken down too much. For me to try to trust these guys, I mean, they want me to basically just ignore everything that's happening. The Center for Living is not the people who are supposed to be doing this. It's supposed to be a social worker. My safety is not a concern, and they keep preying on my disabilities in order to prevent me from turning in my predators or showing evidence. For me to be intentionally and repeatedly misled by police officers as well as Adult Protective Services, and also, of course, the Center for Living, both here and in Hood River. I mean, this is creating a major safety concern for me. Not only the fact that I'm stuck in this situation, but I'm stuck in public places. I have to expend resources I don't have. Now, for them, they've been dragging this out for months and months and months, repeatedly forcing me to go to the same places that I'm trying to turn in. Being told if I travel to here or travel to there, then they'll help me. I travel to there and they don't help me. I need a guardian or an advocate before my disability money is taken away because I can't get it back. I don't have the ability to get it back. The reason that I went without disability, even though I've been disabled my whole life, the reason I had to go without disability from 18 until 37 is because every time that I tried to get it before that, I had to do it by myself. When I was 37, after the situation with Natalie Bollinger, like, yeah, what was I going to do after that? Just take abuse. That's it. I got disability. I did what I was supposed to. I got disability. I finally got help to get disability so that I could actually defend myself, so that I could actually have something to live on, so that people couldn't easily prey on me the way that they had been, and it just made it easier for people to prey on me. The safety issues created by these guys here, you know, I don't even see them anymore. I wonder where they went. There is a safety issue that has been created for me here. And for these agencies to continually drag it on, and on Monday, oh, they're on vacation. They drag it out until they can try to arrest me for something. And if that happens, all of the evidence I'm trying to show, which it's illegal for them to turn away from at this point, they were informed of it last night. They needed to help me to get to a safe place where I could make a police report without fear of threats, harassment, or intimidation. They're not following the law. That one officer last night, what was it he said exactly? He said a lot of things, didn't he? Let's make sure my lighter works. Anyway, I came here to try to do the stuff that I need to do at the library, but there wasn't enough time to do it. Now I gotta try to find a place to go park
So the library
where
called,
it's
but they
safe.
didn't indicate that they wanted you to leave at all, but they're just worried about potential damage to property. If I leave you alone, would you, or you're not going to damage any property or anything like that? I don't
Sir,
think you are.
if I take any more abuse, then I absolutely will have to damage property to get something done. So you can go ahead and pray that I am not abused or otherwise retaliated against for speaking out.
Okay, well, if people are coming to abuse you, call, okay?
I did.
I know. I understand you called yesterday, and I wasn't the officer that was there.
Yesterday wasn't the only time, and that's the point.
Came up with a plan to report all of these things to the Center for Living yesterday. That was the plan. Do you remember that at all?
Through a social worker, that's what needs to be done, and adult protective services, and they need to get off their butts instead of riding the clock.
So Sean, just to let you know the reality of the situation, because we're trying to help you the best we can, and that's the truth.
I'm letting you know the reality of the situation. I know that if I had a parent or guardian here and present with me right now, these things would not be happening, and you guys would already be on doing something about the crimes committed against me.
So I'm just want to let you know right now, I'm the only crisis counselor covering 3 counties. So come Monday, we got more staff. We can help you address all these issues on Monday. But
and see,
Monday,
you guys keep trying to push it on to different people. This is something that by law is supposed to be taken care of by a social worker, and you are not a social worker.
Okay, well,
I'm an at-risk adult. There is supposed to be a social worker here for any and all emergencies, especially situations of crisis, which I am in.
Are you from the area at all?
No, sir.
The Gorge does not have a whole lot of resources.
I'm aware nobody in the United States has resources, and that's what I keep getting told. But whether you have resources or not, it doesn't detract from the fact that the abuse that I'm enduring is very real. And as far as what the law says is supposed to happen, if you can't follow the law because of resources, that's not my fault.
Well, you're kind of misunderstanding what we're trying to say.
Can I step over there and smoke? Because I don't want to smoke at the library.
You are not detained. Nothing is... Someone called because they were concerned about you.
I'm concerned about me too. I'm concerned about people repeatedly harming me.
You're not under arrest. You're free to leave. Tell me to fuck off and I leave.
Well, I'm not going to tell you that. The way I look at it, you're still a human being at this point.
Well, you're a human being too, and I'm trying to just help you the best that I can, you know?
So because it's not normal business hours right now, if one of us were to call APD to request someone to come out here, and even if they're able to do that, because of you're able to take care of yourself.
I'm not able to take care of myself. I'm not.
I'm saying your physical health.
No, my physical health is screwed. My legs are screwed. My hips are screwed. My back is screwed.
Our hands are kind of tied what we're able to do at this current moment, right? But it's,
well, we've got 2 people here who are going out of their way already. Him and, of course, that gentleman last night who want to go out of their way to pretend that my physical abilities are greater than they are. They aren't. My ability.
That being said, there isn't a whole lot that you can do. At least for me, there isn't a whole lot that I can do, right?
About the abuse last night? Absolutely. I need to be allowed to be into a safe place where I can make a report safely and not fear being harmed. Well, the threats, harassment, and intimidation by that officer, first of all.
Okay.
And that second one that showed up, he wasn't interested in doing anything. He wanted to wait on this guy to show up. This guy right here isn't going to do anything about it.
I investigate crimes and some other stuff, but, you know, we work in tandem with CMO. You know, if you're saying you're unable to take care of yourself, right, that's why he's out here right now. It's like, okay, we're here, we're trying to figure out a temporary solution for the next couple of days, and then we can, once people that work 9 to 5 jobs, because, you know, if social workers only work 9 to 5, unless, like this young Paul, he's covering 3 counties.
The problem is that he's a mental health dude, all right? As far as mental health goes, if he's going to be there and present, he needs to be there and present so that I can turn in the evidence and actually help me with the evidence. But that's not his job. He's not an investigator. That is a police officer's job to help me with that.
You gotta just do one step at a time. So first, I mean, if there's like physical health, then I would recommend first to get checked out.
I'm not asking for recommendations. I'm asking for assistance in stopping abuse and reporting ongoing abuse that has happened in both Hood River and, of course, here.
It doesn't appear to be current abuse.
And see, there you go, blowing me off instead of hearing what I'm saying. No, what you are doing is intentionally antagonizing the situation. You work closely with these officers, and you're doing everything that you can to try to redirect the situation so the actual issue is ignored. That is not okay. You're a mental health worker. I am trying to turn in crimes against you. Are you going to help me to turn those crimes in?
That's not my role like that.
And see, exactly. So you are doing absolutely no good in being here, are you?
You're telling me earlier that you can't take care of yourself. You're concerned about your physical health. So that piece, that's one piece of the puzzle that I can't address. And I would tell you, your concerns about your immediate physical health should go to emergency room.
And see, you're giving me advice instead of listening to what it is that I'm going through as a result of those physical disabilities, or the reason that I even have them to begin with. And it's not just physical disabilities. I do want help, but I need the help that I need. I need to be able to turn in the crimes against me. That's what I need. I need an officer here. What he's telling me about, I mean, what's he going to do? Nothing. Nothing. Adult Protective Services needs to help me out of this. It is an emergency situation. I am an at-risk adult. It is on paper that I am an at-risk adult. This is not okay.
You see at-risk, you're talking about physical health, you're talking about your
Bless you. I'm talking about both.
So you're saying you don't need to go. So if I was an APD worker.
No, sir, what I'm telling you is that this abuse is ongoing and I need to turn in the crimes that have been committed against me. But I need someone there, a parent or guardian. I don't have one of those. One is supposed to be appointed to me. For 6 months, I've been jumping through the hoops that I'm told to jump through. Nobody has done anything about any of the crimes committed against me. That includes repeated crimes by law enforcement. APD is supposed to do something about that. They're not doing anything about it. They misled me to believe that if I came here, they misled me to believe that if I came here, if I drove here and expended resources I don't have to come here, that they could help me to turn it in. I came here, and again, it's another discussion and another waste of time where I'm getting blown off until next time. Until next time. They'll push me away for 6 months. At the end of 6 months, they'll say, well, why are you still trying to turn this in? Because I'm treated like I'm a liar for trying to turn this stuff in.
You know, I was going to tell you what's best and you can decide to turn it off. I think what's best is to try to make it one day come in instead of listening to Dan and help you out. It's not like help you out.
And you're going to give the word for somebody else. You know what? There's a possibility that if I go in to talk to him, he'll tell me something that's happened many, many times with agencies very similar. Oh, well, my boss says I'm not allowed, or I have to be subpoenaed.
You're right, I guess. I can't make a big policy. I'm just trying to.
Exactly. You're over here giving me the mentally ill treatment and treating me like I'm a fucking retard. I'm not retarded. I didn't grow up in a bubble. I grew up in the system getting my ass whooped for the color of my skin. I grew up the son of 2 drug addicts who didn't have their kids because they couldn't stay off the drugs. I was punished for the sins of others. I continue to be punished for the sins of others, and I don't need bullshit, and I don't need talked down to, I don't need talked at, and I don't need belittled.
That's not my intention, so I'm still leaving.
Thank you. Now I can speak with the officer.
So, from my understanding is that you spoke with Officer Rytog and Officer Caldwell last night?
Officer Rytog is the one that I'm trying to turn in, and the other one after him did the same stuff and pulled him into it, and then I'm supposed to deal with him, and it's not his job, so why does he keep showing up?
Well, because we want to help you.
If you wanted to help me, you would help me to turn in the police reports. You would help me to find a safe place where threats, harassment, and intimidation by Rytog last night to begin with.
Well, there's a sergeant that's coming on at 7. You want to complain, make a complaint to him, call down.
Well, that's absolutely a good start. Now, what's this guy's name who's coming on?
His name is Sergeant Nagamatsu.
Sergeant Nagamatsu. And if I call him, he might come out here and do something, or do you think he's going to send that guy out again?
I don't know what he's going to do. I'm not a sergeant. I don't deal with complaints. I
was told I needed to come here to turn in crimes by the Hood River Police Department and other people in Hood River. I went to Adult Protective Services to do that. In Hood River, threats, harassment, and intimidation, as well as people putting drugs in drinks, offering me drinks, and when I took a drink of it, it was drugs. I was lucky that it was methamphetamines instead of acid, because if it was acid, I'd be wandering around here talking about dinosaurs and the Illuminati and shit.
Yeah.
Now, I was lucky that they put meth in there. I've never had COVID and I don't do meth, so I tasted it immediately. The problem is that it was a hot day and I took a fat swig. I have hospital paperwork right here. The hospital, by law, was supposed to get a hold of somebody from Adult Protective Services as well as law enforcement when I told them what happened. It was a hospital in Hood River.
Okay.
Now, because of that, I was told that I needed to call Adult Protective Services. I called Adult Protective Services. They told me to come here. I've called Adult Protective Services repeatedly. They tell me if there's a problem, I need to call 911. So I call 911, and I am either redirected, blown off, threatened, harassed, or intimidated, or they have me come talk to the mental health guy. It's not the mental health guy that I need.
You're trying to report threats, harassment, intimidation. What kind of threat?
And assault. Well, sir, a lot of different people. And this is one of the things. Here's my hospital paperwork. It says right here at the top that there was methamphetamines in my system. It also shows right here that they did a drugs of abuse screen, urine. It also shows right here that they gave me a number to call. And I was supposed to go back as soon as possible for a visit in 2 days. I called, and they told me that they can't do anything until the end of November. So even though the hospital instructions here tell me to do one thing, the place they told me to call tells me to do another. So if I try to take this to court, I get told, oh, well, you didn't try. No, I did try. I did call. They told me they couldn't until November. That is over a month past when my money is going to get cut off because my disabilities prevent me from being able to do the paperwork or having that done so that I can keep my disability money.
So that's what Dan at Center for Living is going to help you do, right? They're able to help.
It's not. That's the problem is that they're not. They're supposed to do that in Hood River too. Instead of they threatened, harassed, and intimidated me there. I have. That's the thing is that I have literally dozens of calls recorded on my YouTube and many more that are recorded that are not on my YouTube. And then there's times where I don't have the ability to record. Now let me show you something on my phone. But I also have on my keys, I have a clandestine recording device. It's an audio recording device, and it allows me to record things in places where people normally would not be able to or normally would be barred from it. But in the situations where crimes are being committed against an at-risk adult, being myself, and they're not following protocols, and it creates a safety issue such as the one that I am in now.
I'm not going to disagree with you. I don't know enough. Like, I understand what you're telling me, but I don't know enough about their systems.
Well, their systems and their policies versus state law are completely different. They didn't follow state law.
Okay. Well, I'm still on that. That wouldn't be necessarily something that I investigate, so I don't really know.
And that's the thing is I keep getting sent on, told it's nobody's job. It's not something you investigate. It's not something they investigate. I get told to go to somebody who is supposed to investigate it, and they send me on to somebody else. That's the thing with Dan. Dad made 5 phone calls. The last phone call sent him right back to a place that he'd already called. So we're expending resources. This is 5 different organizations that are getting paid and 5 different organizations who are literally paid for doing